join a previous Saturday night's main event. Of course, Saturday night's main event coming up this weekend. So we've got that to look forward to. We'll, of course, be doing the watch along for that, and we'll be starting nice and early for it as well. Although I don't know if we know where it's being shown internationally. Normally it gets shown on YouTube, but I just have not seen any confirmation that that's the same this time around. I would imagine it is. We've just been getting a bit of drama with YouTube and Evolve recently, so hopefully we're not going to get any drama on that front for international audiences. I'd imagine it'll be fine. But yeah, with a bit of Evolve drama recently, just trying to watch that show on YouTube on a Wednesday. Hopefully Saturday night's main event's not going to be an issue. So yeah, we will be doing the watch along for that at the moment. I believe it's YouTube for international audiences. Let's just have a quick look at the preview. Looks like it's quite a sizable preview, actually. Let's jump over and get it on screen. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go down here. So, here we've got Jey Uso taking on Bron Breakker in a non-title match. So, Jey Uso, Bron Breakker. Then we've got the return of Kairi Sane. They've announced Kairi's return, so Kairi is back. Footage shown of her arriving on WWE social media, but then this dropped earlier as well. So Rhea Ripley against Kairi Sane against Zoe Stark. This was not announced yesterday. This news dropping today that this is going to be the triple threat for the women. Hard to see Rhea not qualifying, to be honest. I think Rhea goes into that match, but I suppose there's an opportunity for the others, but that's a big name to leave out of this match. So unless they've got something else planned for Rhea, surely she's winning. This one's a lot harder to predict. Becky versus Roxanne versus Natalya. I'm thinking Roxanne, because I'm thinking that Becky probably should go into that match. But I'm thinking you've got Lyra that could come after her after the beatdown that she gave Lyra after Backlash. If Lyra is ready to get a bit of revenge, she could take Becky out of this match. We could also have Bayley, of course, who is sure to return sooner rather than later. She's going to look for revenge. She could take Becky out of this match. It's hard to see them not putting Roxanne in, honestly, because I think Becky's got a few other stories going on at the moment with Lyra, with Bayley, so I can see an alternative path for her. But what's the alternative for Roxanne? Big star, just got called up. She's been in the Rumble. She's been in Elimination Chamber. Are you going to leave her out of Money in the Bank? I don't think so. I think Roxanne gets it. I know that Becky's the bigger name, but I just think she's got some alternative matches lined up. And Natalya, I mean, Natalya's doing stuff outside of WWE because WWE don't seem to want to do stuff with her in WWE. So, yeah, I can't really back Natalya. I would like Natalya to win, but I can't say she's going to. So I don't see an alternative storyline for Rhea. She's kind of out of the title picture now. There's not really another feud that's shown itself. Zoe Stark is cold. We haven't done anything with her for ages. Kairi's only just back from injury. I would be down for, like, Kairi winning. Totally down. I'd be down for Kairi winning. I'd be down for, you know, I don't think Rhea, who's going to get lots of title opportunities, or Becky, who's going to get lots of title opportunities, they're not the names I want to see in Money in the Bank. I want to see Zoe, Kairi, you know, put those four in. Like, these are the names I want to see. These talents that haven't reached that upper level, you know? Like, Natalya's not been there for a long time. Roxanne's only just arrived. Kairi's not been up around world titles. Neither has Zoe Stark. These are the kind of names that benefit from Money in the Bank. These two are going to get loads of opportunities. They don't need Money in the Bank. They'll probably win Rumbles, and do you know what I mean? They'll be at next year's WrestleMania, probably in a title match. One of them may be champion at that time. I mean, they're just always going to be around title opportunities. They don't need Money in the Bank. So that's my feeling on it. AJ Styles and Penta teaming up to take on Judgment Day. And then we got Sheamus battling Grayson Waller. So lots to dig into in regards to Raw. If people want to get stuck into that, obviously we can get stuck into that. We can get stuck into any of the little bits of news that's kind of around. Although, to be honest with you, I haven't seen loads of big news. The big talking point was Kyrie's return. That's the big thing that I've seen doing the rounds. Not loads coming out of the weekend, although yesterday was certainly busier news-wise than I thought it was going to be. Historically, Sunday is a very quiet day. And actually, we managed to get a good 20-odd minute unseen done. That was pretty full, actually. I mean, that was not an unseen that was just me waffling away. Like, it was had quite a few points in it, so... I was quite pleased yesterday that we were able to have such a juicy unseen kind of come out of what is now historically the quietest day. Sunday is the quietest day. So, yeah, plenty for us to talk about. Let's go over and see where the conversation is at, see where the community is at. And as I said, I hope everyone had a good weekend. So, Mayor Pete said, I wonder if we're going to see Carrion tonight instead of during a commercial break. Well, it would be lovely to see more of Carrion. I saw a video doing the rounds of Carrion on Main Event, and he looked absolutely fantastic. You know, he got a nice pop when he came out, and I think that his entrance as well, you forget how impactful it is, or I do. You know, that entrance of, like, the music and him standing in the entranceway, Scarlett making her way down to the ring. When they... like, allow him, like, a big, full, proper entrance. It's great, you know, the whole fall and pray stuff. It's really, really impactful. So, but we just don't see it. I mean, he's got the entrance. He's got the look. I mean, he's not a small guy. He's jacked. He looks the part. We know he can promo. His matches are fine. I mean, I can't fault his matches. We don't get to see them to judge them. So, do you know what I mean? Like, we can't really say that he can't go or anything. I mean, I've never been aware of that as a problem. Certainly, I couldn't sit here and name you, like, great Carrion Kross matches. But that's not because he's not capable of them. It's because they don't allow him to wrestle. And if he does, it's on Main Event where you ain't going to get 5-star matches out of Main Event. So, I don't see any issue on that front. It'll be interesting if we did kind of get behind him and start using him to see where those weaknesses are. I think he'd be interested as well, because I think he's just kind of scratching his head as to what more can I do. But I think what's great is that a lot of fans see that. A lot of fans see that. A lot of fans understand. I think a lot of fans can see that he's doing everything he can to try and get onto TV. And I think fans understand that, like, well, you know, it's just sometimes life isn't fair. I mean, sometimes there's just other priorities ahead of you when it comes to this sort of thing. And I just think he's a victim of that, honestly. I think Triple H has got a Bron Breakker. He's got a Gunther. He's got a Jey Uso. He's got a Roman Reigns, a CM Punk. You know, he's got this long laundry list of fantastic talent. And by the time he's getting to a Carrion Kross, he's quite far down the list. And I think that he just finds himself missing out as a result. But it's a very frustrating place to be. It's a very frustrating place to be. But listen, if they didn't believe in him, he would have been in that recent round of cuts, wouldn't he? He would have been released, and he wasn't. So he should take some confidence from the fact that they looked at how much he's getting paid and Scarlett's getting paid, and they decided not to release him and save that money. Instead, they think it is worth their time keeping him around, paying him that money, paying Scarlett that money, which says to me that he, you know, there's something there, isn't there? There's something there. There's some sort of strategy. There's some sort of belief. They don't see him as completely washed, no hoper, there's no future. Otherwise, he definitely would have gone with those other releases. So there's a little flicker of encouragement, I would say. Tony said, Daze, the biggest botch in television history where AEW Collision had 30 minutes left, but the feed stopped and went directly to a Rock movie. Maybe The Rock brought AEW and TBS sold his soul. Yeah, that is pretty wild, isn't it? That is pretty wild. It's not the kind of thing that you see happening with WWE. This isn't like that's not a comment like tribalism comment. It's just like you just don't see it. It's funny because that kind of thing can happen. But it doesn't. Do you know what I mean? Like the feed can go down. There can be technical problems. But when was the last time that we saw a Raw having to end early because there was technical problems, or a SmackDown or an NXT kind of cutting off an hour into the show or 3/4 of the way through? You just don't see it. It's so weird. It's such a strange thing to have happened. You just don't see it. It's so weird. I would love to know exactly what went wrong. I would love to know, like, whose fault was it? A lot of people are saying that it seems to be on the network rather than it being on AEW. Nothing that AEW actually did. So it seems to be that it's the network that botched more than, like, AEW or something like that. But, yeah, just really strange, isn't it? I mean, I can't... Other sports, it's not just WWE, but, like, you know, football, basketball. When do you see these shows going down or feeds going down? Like... It's really weird. I mean, it's just a technical issue. Simple as that. And as I said, I believe it was with the network more so than with AEW. But, yeah, pretty funny. And then for it to get replaced with a Rock movie. I mean, the only way that could have been worse is if it was The Marine or something like that, like a proper WWE studio film. That's the only way it could have got worse, right? So, yeah. It's one of those, isn't it? You just got to kind of laugh it off if you're Tony Khan. Just go, you know, it is what it is. It's out of your control. Have a conversation with them. See if you can identify what the issue was. See if you can get, told that it won't happen again. See if, like, people can get their heads around it and just move on. Connor said, Daze, do we see these 5 stars who could return at this year's Money in the Bank? Win this year's Money in the Bank? LA Knight, Bron Breakker, Sami Zayn, CM Punk, Carrion, Kross. Do we agree with these? Well, I mean, there's no way of knowing how can you answer who's going to win Money in the Bank? So the only thing I would say is that all of them can, because all of them are active WWE superstars. I think how likely is it? How likely is it that Carrion Kross is going to win Money in the Bank when he can't even get onto TV? I mean, to me, it would feel very unlikely, wouldn't it? There's no word or rumor about anyone winning Money in the Bank. I haven't even seen if there's any odds, actually, which might be worth looking at. But, yeah, Carrion can't even get onto TV, so it's hard to see him being given Money in the Bank. CM Punk could get it. It really depends on the story they want to tell. Same with Sammy, same with Bron, same with LA Knight. I mean, there's no way of answering that question, really, because there's no rumors as to who's going to win. But it could be quite interesting to have a look and see what the odds are for Money in the Bank. Bron Breakker currently in the lead. So... Bron Breakker is currently in the lead as the favourite. Second favourite is Logan Paul. Then joint third is Cody, Sammy, and LA Knight. But they give Bron Breakker a 60% chance of winning. So 60% chance that it's going to be Bron Breakker. So if you want any kind of an answer in regards to who is likely to win, the best I can give you is that Bron Breakker is the outright favourite at the moment. So that's kind of where we are. Bron Breakker, the outright favourite at the moment, according to the bookies' odds. I don't know if I've got that for the women. Let's have a look. No. No women's odds, just men's odds by the looks of it. Which is a bit weird, isn't it? Why would you do just men and not the women? Is it further down? No. No. Just men's odds. So, Bron Breakker, favourite. Logan Paul, second favourite. And then all the rest are like... So Bron is 60% chance, Logan 50% chance, LA Knight, Sammy 16% chance. So that is OLBG. Never heard of them, but they've put some odds out. Right. I believe in Joe Hendry, said Leanne. How are we doing this eve? It's been warm in the UK. It has been quite warm, actually. I say something about AEW and you say it's horrible. It's fine. AEW has not been the same, says Tony. Long Beach Hippie says, happy 40th birthday to Malachi Black. And today, Andre would have been 69. Apparently, they uploaded some rare Andre the Giant footage. So they uploaded some footage of Andre, of him actually backstage and traveling, and it's kind of footage that's not been seen before. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet because I only saw it about an hour ago as I was getting ready for this stream, as I was going through my notifications, but I will check it out. It's going to be in unseen. But I won't show the footage because it's all on YouTube. But yeah, that's out there. Some new Andre footage, which is quite exciting. Carl said, one thing I don't like is that Rhea and Becky are in qualifying matches for Money in the Bank. They usually get shots on their own. That is why I always hope for a surprise or an up-and-comer winning. I completely agree. I actually think Money in the Bank is not really a show that should have those kinds of names in. This for me is always works best when it is that sort of mid-carder that can't get a break being given that leg up, you know? Because Money in the Bank allows anyone to cash in and become a world champion at the kind of best moment possible, you know, when someone's at their weakest. So it gives someone that's really struggled to get that title shot or had a title shot and just fallen short, like it gives them an opportunity to get over the line. And honestly, your Rhea Ripley's, they don't need it. Your Becky Lynch's, they don't need it, because not only are they going to get opportunity, but I have no doubt they will be world champions again in the future. I mean, do we honestly think Rhea Ripley's never going to win a world title in the future again? Of course she is. So does she need help getting over the line? Like, to me, no. I know it's not the only story that you can tell using Money in the Bank. I know there are other stories. So what I would say is this year, for the men in particular, I don't really mind what we do. I'd ideally not like it to be Logan. I do mind that. I don't want Logan, because there's no story you can tell with Logan having Money in the Bank that I'm going to care about. But outside of Logan, I don't care who you put Money in the Bank on, because if you put it on, say, a CM Punk, this year, as an exception, we might do something that we've been talking about a lot on the streams, which is that John Cena tries to ruin wrestling, tries to leave with that belt. There's no one left. He's beaten everyone. And then, oh my God, here comes the Money in the Bank holder. And it could be that Money in the Bank holder is the last line of defense. It could be that Money in the Bank holder is the last person that can stop John Cena from ruining wrestling. And so who should that person be? Well, you know, if it turned out to be a CM Punk, that would be fine. If it turned out to be a Cody, that would be fine. If it turned out to be a Sammy, that would be fine. So for me, Money in the Bank this year, because of it being John's final year in the current storyline, when it comes to the guys, I don't mind. I'm a bit more open-minded than I usually would be. When it comes to the women, yeah, I'm with you. I'd much rather it be a Kairi Sane, a Zoe Stark, someone that's going to have that briefcase that can be on TV in segments they would normally not be in. I've said before, if you've got Money in the Bank, you are getting elevated just by having it. Just by having it. Even if your cash-in fails, it was not a bad idea having that person carry it, right? For example, you put it on Zoe Stark. Zoe Stark fails in her cash-in. 6 months after winning it, right? Was that a waste of time? I would argue no. I would argue that it was still not a waste of time, because within that 6 months, you're going to have had Zoe Stark on TV a lot, in a lot of segments that she wouldn't normally be in, kind of, you know, talking about how she's going to be the next world champion. You got fans talking about her. It's raised her profile. You've got people thinking, will they? Will they make Zoe a champion? What would Zoe be like as a champion? What's her strengths? What's her weaknesses? You're getting people thinking about Zoe, talking about Zoe. You're getting her on TV. She's probably going to pop up at the odd PLE as well, teasing a cash-in. Like, there's a lot of value that comes out of having someone just carry that belt, that briefcase, trying to win the belt. So for me, and then if she fails in a cash-in, obviously that's a downer. That's a flat end. But it doesn't erase the fact that you have still raised her profile. It doesn't erase the fact that you've managed to get her on TV, get people thinking about her, talking about her for 6 months. I mean, there's benefit in just carrying that thing. Benefit in carrying it, right? It's not like a magic wand that all of a sudden makes you a massive star, right? Look at Austin Theory. He was Money in the Bank holder. But what it does is it gives you TV time. It gets you in the conversation. I think we can say that Austin Theory was a pretty big star when he had the briefcase. I mean, I remember him trying to cash in in Wales at Clash at the Castle, getting knocked out by Tyson Fury. I mean, do you think that he would rather be in the position he's in now, where he's struggling to get on TV? Or do you think he'd rather be the Money in the Bank holder, getting to go onto those shows, getting knocked out by Tyson Fury? Do you remember him popping up at SummerSlam during that match with Brock and Roman, where the ring was getting trashed with the tractor? And Austin Theory comes down in that moment as well with the briefcase. Like, all of these are great moments for him to be a part of, for him to pop up with. So whilst he has the briefcase, he feels like a big deal. Since losing it, and where he is now, not so much. So when you've got the briefcase, it is a bit of a magic wand. It does make you feel like you could be a big star, because you might be about to be a world champion. But that it's just a boost. It's just a helping hand. It's nothing more than that. But it is a helping hand, and it's a helping hand that Rhea doesn't need. It's a helping hand that Becky doesn't need. So yeah, I'm totally with you. This is why, for me, imagine Sammy with that flipping Money in the Bank. I know I'm a Sammy stan, but I just think that he struggles to get over the line. And could you imagine, like, a moment where he comes down, crowd going crazy, and Sammy's about to cash in, and he's not been world champion, and he's gonna win his first world championship, and it's like, there's magic with that story. That just talking about it puts a smile on my face, because it would be very Dolph Ziggler. It would be very, there's been some brilliant cash-ins in the past where we've got people kind of over the line, and Sammy, I think, is someone that I think a lot of people would like to see be world champion. I think that would be a very well-received cash-in. But again, this year, a bit of an exception because of the fact that we have got John Cena trying to ruin wrestling. And so, if we end up going CM Punk, then maybe there's a bigger story at play. But this is why it was so annoying and upsetting last year when Drew won and immediately cashed in same night and it was ruined. I mean, for me, you just threw an opportunity away for a mid-carder. Like, you've absolutely thrown it away. That story of Drew CM Punk did not need that failed cash-in. In no way did that feud get bigger than it already was because of that failed cash-in. That failed cash-in did nothing. I mean, it did nothing. But even if you want to argue that it added an extra 5% heat to the feud, I would say, was it worth not building up a mid-card talent, having them on TV, teasing the cash-in for 6 months, 8 months, 10 months? Like, you've took that away from someone. Was it worth it? Because for me, no way was it worth it. I can honestly look back at that and say completely 100% the wrong move. the wrong move. It was the wrong move at the time. We said it at the time. I've not changed remotely since then. It was the wrong move. I think cash-ins, Money in the Bank, Triple H consistently shows that he just doesn't get it, which I feel like he does. I feel like he should. I feel like he probably does get it. It's just that, I don't know, the ideas that he has for Money in the Bank are just wrong. Whatever he's thinking right now, I hope he does the opposite. Because he sucks when it comes to Money in the Bank. He really sucks. He's rubbish at it. So it's a real area of weakness, I think, for him. But his booking of Money in the Bank is atrocious. Let's not even get started on flipping Austin Theory's cash-in. Because that is one of the worst cash-ins I have ever seen. And that was very early on in Triple H's booking. Do you remember when everyone was like saying how Triple H was the god of booking and how he was amazing and everything? I think that has kind of changed a little bit this year. But honestly, like there was plenty of warning signs that he was not the god of booking. There was plenty of warning signs in the early stages. His booking of Liv in that SummerSlam where she flipping taps at the same time that Ronda's being pinned. You know, got the crowd chanting, "You tapped out" to Liv, and she gets upset in the ring. Or Austin Theory's botched cash-in. I mean, there's a laundry list of things that he flipping was not doing properly in the early stages. But that was okay. The big stuff was there. But I think this year we've started to see that the big stuff isn't quite as there. The Cena story wobbled at WrestleMania. The Bloodline story has come to an end. We're trying to replace it now with the Seth Rollins story. And we're struggling. I mean, it's difficult at the moment. We are going through a rebuild. And so a refresh, a reset. And definitely we've seen the end of a story arc with the Bloodline kind of coming to an end. I know that we've still got some kind of flicking away with Jacob and Solo and whatever, but I mean, that is just a bit of an offshoot, really. It's not Jay and Jimmy and Roman and Sammy and whatever. That's all come to a close. So, and Heyman's gone as well as the wise man. So, you know, it will never be the same again unless we get Heyman back and get the band back together again. But I can't see that happening in the near future. If we do that, it'll be a few years down the road, you know? So it does feel like the Bloodline story arc has kind of concluded. And that's a big chapter to close, isn't it? You got to replace that with something. And I think we're seeing that that's going to be a struggle. It's going to be a struggle. Thankfully, this year we got Cena's final year, which is providing something, you know? Where if John's on the show, that's a big deal, big promo segment. But yeah, at least we've got that. If we didn't have that, we could be really struggling. Imagine if we didn't have John Cena retiring this year. I don't know if that would be better or worse, actually, because him being on the show is a big deal because he's a big star. So it's constantly injecting something like throughout the year, something big throughout the year. But if you was to take him away, could we use that time to build up some new stars? You know, is that TV time better used elsewhere? I've got no confidence that if you use that TV time for some emerging talent, I've got no confidence they would use it correctly. I think it's a struggle to build stars, honestly. It's a struggle to build stars. You know, they've done okay with a few people, but I can't say that if you get rid of John Cena and use that TV time he's having this year, I can't say that we would be building up all these like amazing stars. I think their success record is 50-50 at best, shall we say. Aaron, shout out to you, said Alistair has got the best presentation on SmackDown. It's so cool. Aaron, I hope you're well, my friends. Yeah, Alistair's presentation is brilliant. It's great to have him back. I love the theme song, the presentation. He's one of those that I think it was a real mistake to let him go. It's a bit of a problem, though, for Carrion, because I think he and Carrion are very similar in the sense of, you know, they've both got quite dark, moody entrances. And, you know, a feud between them would be really good. I mean, I'd be really interested in seeing those two feuds. It would be a battle of the darkness, but you could see them doing like a boiler room brawl, you know, something like that. could see that being a very Undertaker-Mankind type feud, where that was a battle of two darknesses, Undertaker-Kane type situation. Obviously, we don't really have the spooky aspects in regards to these two, but you know, they both kind of come from that sort of darker side of things, and I think that could be a really, really interesting feud. A really interesting feud. It'll be very interesting to see how the draft shakes out, because at the moment they're both on different brands. Carrion's on Raw, Alistair's over on SmackDown. So, yeah, I think that could be a lot of fun. Who would win would be very difficult, though, because, honestly, it would probably be Alistair, because Alistair's the baby face. So I think Alistair would get the win. And I think what Carrion would do is he would do what he's very clever at, which is finding victory in defeat. So it might be that afterwards Carrion would say something like, it's not about winning and losing. It's about showing you who these people really are. And I could see him kind of going back down that road again, you know. It could be that he makes a claim that Alistair is selfish, and then he'll show some footage of Alistair thinking about himself in a moment and showing, like, you know, this was never about picking up the victory. It was about you seeing who this person really is. And so I think Carrion can survive defeat in that way, and it'll be a good boost for Alistair. And, you know, you do a long program, and yeah, I think that could be really, really entertaining. Just get him on TV, get Carrion going. I know that a lot of people are feeling that way. I know Carrion's feeling that way, but yeah, it's difficult though. I mean, there's only so much TV time. If you put Carrion on TV, someone falls off TV, you know. If you put Carrion on, and pretty soon SmackDown's going to 2 hours, so pretty soon we're going to have less TV time than we've had. So that's going to put more pressure on people, more pressure on, you know, Triple H and who he uses and who's sat in catering. So it's going to be hard. I mean, people want the Wyatt six-pack. They want Carrion to be on TV, but something's going to have to drop off, isn't it? Something's going to have to give. Unless you speed things up a little bit and get through matches quicker, get through segments quicker, and find a way of getting like more. But you don't want to rush things either. It's a balance, isn't it? It's a balance. Humble Rumble said, I don't like Seth and Bron as a team. I feel it's a bit early, to be honest. I mean, I don't think that it's a Bloodline replacement at the moment. I'm very interested in their relationship. I'm very interested in Heyman and all of that and how he works with them. And, you know, I'm on board with watching this unfolds. I don't not like it. I don't love it. I am intrigued by it. I think that it could get somewhere. Bringing in another member, I think, would be good. And I think getting them into a big feud. I mean, I know we're kind of feuding with like CM Punk, Jey. I mean, at the moment, we're feuding with everyone. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got Roman, Punk, Jey, Sammy. There's a load of people there that are upset with them. That's quite messy, though, because that's a lot of individuals. So I sort of feel like where it'd be much better if they were feuding with a babyface faction. And do you know what I mean? It wasn't as messy. This is very messy. Like, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see kind of how it progresses. There's only the two of them at the moment. That does feel like a problem, because if Roman was to come back and CM Punk's around and Jay's around and Sammy's around, they could deal with this new faction quite easily. The four of them against the two, and Heyman ain't doing anything. So, do you know what I mean? Like, at the moment, this new group feels a little vulnerable to me. It feels a little bit vulnerable. It's just that Jey has obviously got to deal with Logan, and Roman's not around at the moment. So I'd say at the moment, because of other circumstances, things are okay for them. Things are under control, but they are trying to present Seth as this like master strategist. Well, I don't know. I can see some vulnerabilities, honestly. This is probably why I wouldn't wait around too long to add another member, because I think you can make an argument that this group is too vulnerable whilst they just stay at two. They are going to need a third guy. I know people would add a female, but I don't see how that makes them stronger against the guys kind of uniting. I feel like you need at least that third male. So I would definitely look to bring that person in. And rumor was that they actually weren't looking to bring that person in. That was not the original plan, but I think those plans might have changed now. Funny, isn't it? Because we were talking a lot about The Rock's hand gesture. What did that mean? That has clearly not led anywhere. I mean, it still can, but it hasn't led anywhere at the moment. We thought there was a chance that Seth and Bron and all of those would come in to join John. It hasn't gone that way. It can still go that way, but it hasn't gone that way. And now we're looking at this group thinking, okay, there's two. Who could the third member be? Is it Austin Theory? Is it this person? We do this quite a lot, actually. When Dark State arrived, there was a big conversation about who's the secret leader when there was absolutely no evidence that there was any secret leader. And so we kind of spend our time trying to figure out who the mystery leader is when we don't even know there is a leader. Who's the higher power, right? And there was no teasers of a higher power, but we still had the conversation. And then I think the same here, where we've tried to figure out who's the third person in this group. There is no third person in the group, and rumors have come out that there never was any plans for a third person in it. We do this quite a lot, honestly, as wrestling fans. I think we get carried away. Breaking news, wrestling fans get carried away. So, you know, it's one of those whereby I think they will add another new person. I think there will be a new person that comes in, but I don't know when they're going to do that. And the rumor mill was there was no plans for that in this kind of first early stages. So, yeah, still kind of sat on the fence with this new group, but I'm not hating on it. Dr. Pina said the third male could be James Ellsworth. No chin for the win. Let's go. Let's go. Albert, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Dean said, Daze, Ken Shamrock and Steve Blackman had a match. The only one I've seen that I would like to see return, called Lion's Den. Is that something WWE could make happen with the current program? Yeah, they could do Lion's Den matches. Absolutely. We've done a few of those type things. There was the Fight Pit as well, wasn't there? That was kind of the, I think, updated version. But I think you've got to have the right feud for that. I mean, I think you need something that's a bit more MMA focused. Apparently, Shayna Baszler said that there was talk of doing a Fight Pit at SummerSlam in her match with Ronda, but they couldn't make it work. And so, you know, they ended up not doing it. But yeah, I think that's something that they would turn to for like more an MMA type match. I don't know that you would necessarily do that for, say, Damian versus Drew. I don't think they love it enough to kind of turn to it. I do think there's maybe a need for something new in that regard. WWE have tried a few things in the past, but to be honest, I think they're quite happy with going, listen, if we need a match that's going to involve a cage, let's do Hell in a Cell. I think Hell in a Cell has very much established itself as the Devil's Playground, as the match that you turn to when you want to really go brutal. I think Hell in a Cell has kind of really established itself as that. So, yeah, Fight Pit, Lion's Den, these are always things that can come back, but there's no word about it coming back. There's no appetite, I think, for it to come back, but I think they are always looking for new things. They are always looking to see, you know, it was only a couple of years ago they invented that Iron Survivor match in NXT, which that's a whole new concept that started only a few years ago. That arrived, I think, post-pandemic was the first time we'd done that. So they are constantly looking for, like, new innovation. 9.Holiday said, I'm calling out of work so I can watch Raw. Gonna tell the boss that I got myself stuck in the washer. Step bro wasn't home, but stepdad was. Step bro wasn't home, but stepdad was. 9.Holiday, shout out to you. 9.Holiday is calling out of work so that he can enjoy tonight's Raw. That's how big of a deal this is. People are skipping work for tonight's Monday Night Raw. That is how special this is. So, yeah, it should be good. I think it's maybe lacking. I don't know what the main event's going to be. I feel like tonight's show, if it's lacking anything, it's just lacking that big, juicy main event. I mean, you could say Jey versus Bron in a non-title match is that match, but I don't know. Is that big enough? Is that good enough? A non-title match between Jey and Bron Breakker to close out the show? I mean, I know we're really trying to invest in Bron Breakker, but I don't know. Anyone else see Logan getting involved in that? Because I can. Anyone else seeing Seth getting involved in that? Anyone else seeing a screwy finish in that? If it was a case where it was going to be everyone was banned from ringside, if anyone that would be better, wouldn't it? If they said, if anyone gets involved in this non-title match tonight, you will be suspended, I would be more to see a match like that on paper to go, that won't be clean. That won't be clean. That'll be, you know, they won't have Bron Breakker beat Jey before Jey's going to go on to face Logan. And I don't know that Jey's going to beat Bron Breakker clean because we're really trying to build up Bron Breakker, you know. So I don't know that I can see that happening. But it would be really good if they, you know, got some balls, grew some balls, and actually did a match where we were getting clean finishes. I would have Bron win, honestly. I would have Bron Breakker win because I think Jey could lose, makes him look more vulnerable for the weekend. I think it's a big win for Bron Breakker to get a clean win over the current world champion. Jey would still retain his title, and you could make an argument that it makes Jey look too weak and that you're hurting Jey. But Jey should hopefully retain this weekend, which will be the most important thing, you know. Jey can always say, I was distracted. My focus is this weekend. I'm telling you, it'd be different. I'm definitely going to want to face Bron Breakker again. But only this time, I don't want to do it with any distractions. Bron, I'll see you down the road. I mean, that to me is great. I have no issue with that whatsoever. Jey loses. He's got a slight reason for it. But it's clean. There was no Logan. There was no Seth. That, to me, is how I would book that match. I have no confidence that's how that match is going to be booked. Not with so many moving parts around. But, I just look at that and I'm like, well, for the reasons that I just said about how I don't have confidence it's going to be clean, that's why, to me, it doesn't feel like a main event-worthy match. But we'll have to see. It probably will be that. You could go with one of the triple threats Money in the Bank qualifiers, I suppose, but I don't know. It'd be better if we had a big, juicy main event. I feel like the card's pretty good. I'm not down on the cards. I think the card's pretty good. It's just missing that big, do you know what I mean? Roman Reigns returns and speaks for the first time since WrestleMania type thing, you know? It's just missing that type segment for me. Aaron said, Daze, is the Trial of Sammy segment up there with favourite segments in history? I went back and watched it. I thought it was good. I thought how good we actually had it. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's definitely one of the best recent moments. I think if you're going to go back and compare it to some of like the all-time great Raw moments, it might show in a video package. It might be part of a top 100 countdown type thing. But I mean, clearly there's, some bonkers moments in Raw history. Certainly if you go back to the Attitude Era with trucks being driven into the arenas and, you think about some of that stuff that went down with Austin and Kurt and, there's been some amazing stuff. But I think if we were to talk about some of the best moments, TV moments since the pandemic, oh, definitely. I don't think it's better than the Usi moment, though. I don't think it's better than Sammy getting his honorary Uso shirt. That both of those moments I put ahead of the Trial of Sammy. But do you know what? I mean, like a little countdown video of the best Bloodline moments would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Because there really were a lot of great moments that came out of that storyline. I'm sure someone's already done that video. But yeah, there was some brilliant moments. And I would definitely put that one up there. Jey saving Sammy from that Samoan spike. That segment was a different segment at first, wasn't it? That segment was meant to be some sort of celebration. I remember there being a graphic that had like Rikishi on it and a load of legends, like a load of the family, and it was meant to be like I think a Roman Reigns celebration, and then it got changed into the trial of Sami Zayn, and but that was not what the segment was originally going to be. So I remember that about it as well. But yeah, a brilliant segment. I mean, I love Sami anyway, but the stuff that he did with the Bloodline just, for me, took it to a whole different level. I mean, he is so, given the right material, he is so funny. I mean, he made Roman Corpse, he made Jey Corpse, he made Solo Corpse. Like, the amount of fun they were having, genuine fun they were having, like, being together. And that was coming across in the story as well. You know, you could tell that they weren't just hanging out for work's sake. Like, they were, like, good friends. And there was a good vibe. And, like, that just came across as well on TV. Just, it was brilliant. Brilliant time. You're right. We did have it so good. We did know at the time as well, though. I think we knew how special. I mean, even at the time, people were saying, is this the best story WWE have ever done? That question was being asked all the time. Is this the best? And it was like, yeah, I think it is, you know. It's one of the longest stories they've ever committed to. And it's had so many twists and turns, and there's so many elements, like there's, you know, different kind of chapters to the story. And it was amazing. And we knew at the time that it was amazing. And now that it's done and it's over and we're sat here and we're kind of looking back at it, I think it's aging very, very well at the moment. Very, very well. I know it's not long-ended, but I think it's aging very, very well. And I think it will continue to age very, very well. It, for me, is Roman's defining moment. I think it'll be what he gets remembered for is really the Bloodline story first and foremost. Unless we do something else that's going to change that. But I can't see another story arc of that magnitude coming along for Roman. I think it'll just be feuds and stuff going forwards. But yeah, amazing. Amazing. I wish we could relive it. Cringe Wolf said, hello, said Daze, my handsome estranged non-husband. You went from my estranged non-husband to now my illegitimate, naughty word, although in that context it's fine, son. Just kidding. Love you. Cringe Wolf, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are ready for another Monday Night Raw. And appreciate the support, my friends. Rare Breeds as well, shout out to you. Right, let's go over to the chats. Sammy's greatest segment, that Raw dark chair thing where he could be asked anything, including AEW. That was weird, wasn't it? I think they only ever did that a couple of times. That was weird. Was that before or after the pandemic? I think it was before, wasn't it? I think it was before. I just remember, like, Kayla going into the crowd, the crowd asking questions, and there was a chair in the ring, and you could ask anything. And, yeah, that was strange. I sort of get the idea, though. In the writer's room, you could understand that you would... Let's make it edgy, let's make it controversial, and let's put a different superstar in it each week. That is... And the superstar is obviously kind of got to think on the top of their... on their feet, but I would imagine those questions were screened. You know, they're not going to just put a live mic in front of someone and not screen the questions. But it only survived a couple of weeks, that. Didn't it? Really weird. I could see there being something to it. I don't think it was a completely dud idea, but for some reason we couldn't make it work. Connor said these are 4 ways that Asuka could return. She could help Kairi. She could attack Kairi. The former champion transfer to SmackDown. Or she could attack Io. James said someone is claiming that they'll make another huge announcement at Money in the Bank, but I don't know how reliable or true this is. Okay, I've not seen that news. That's interesting. if they're going to make another huge announcement, then my brain would go that they've bought another promotion, because I think they're looking. I don't think you buy AAA in Mexico and then, word comes out they're thinking about calling it NXT Mexico. I don't think you do that and then go, well, that's it, job done. That's our work done, You've got to be looking in Japan. You've got to be looking in Europe. You've got to be. Maybe Australia as well. Is it Riot City Wrestling that Rhea came from? And I think maybe Bronson had worked at, and Duke Hudson and Grayson Waller. I would not be shocked if it turned out WWE purchases Riot City Wrestling as a NXT Australia. In regards to Europe, is it WXW or XW? I think it's WXW, isn't it, in Germany? They feel like the biggest mainland Europe promotion that I'm aware of. That's the one that Elia's come out of and Gunther's come out of. WXW. I mean, obviously you got the UK with Progress, and I don't think you could get Rev Pro because they work with AEW. Those would feel like the big ones in England. Insane in Scotland, OTT in Ireland. I don't know, though. I don't know. Europe's tricky. I don't know who you could get. If you could get Progress, I mean, that would be huge, wouldn't it? If you could get Progress. Progress has got a good fan base, good following in Europe. If there is another announcement, it would strike me as something like that. Over in Japan, you got a few, haven't you, in Japan? Or you could probably get all Japan, actually. You could probably get All Japan, which would be huge, because All Japan is one of the greatest wrestling promotions in the history of wrestling, which has really fallen on hard times. It was New Japan and it was All Japan that both kind of started around the same time. One was run by Inoki, one was run by the Giant Baba, and Inoki ran New Japan, Baba ran All Japan. And honestly, they were both massive promotions throughout like the 70s, 80s, 90s. It's just that New Japan has gone from strength to strength. All Japan has really fallen away. But you could get All Japan. WWE could buy All Japan. I don't know who owns them. I don't know how viable it would be. But if they've bought AAA in Mexico, I would say buying All Japan would be very, very comparable to that. Very comparable. So that would be a big move. That'd be a huge move. But they're not the force they were. They're not the promotion they were, but they do have name value. All Japan's name is worth something. The tape library is worth a lot. Tape library would be fascinating to get a hold of. Lots of WWE stars went over to work with All Japan. So there'd be a lot of like Andre the Giant stuff, Hogan stuff. There'd be a lot of stuff from back in the day with All Japan. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it's not anything going to come of it. But if there is to be a big announcement, I'd be expecting something like that. Nick said, I heard a rumor that PWG is up for sale. There's a rumor that Super Dragon wants to sell it to WWE because he thinks he can get a better deal than with AEW. PWG. That's interesting. I wonder where you draw the line. That's interesting. I mean, PWG obviously has a lot of indie talent coming through. It's a pretty major indie promotion, isn't it? You know, if you look at the landscape now, there's no Ring of Honor. There is a Ring of Honor, but I don't look at Ring of Honor as the king of the indies anymore. So I actually don't know what the king of the indies would be. I mean, without being disrespectful, would it be MLW? MLW, I know, have got a TV deal, but they're tiny, aren't they? I mean, they're so small. I mean, I think Ring of Honor had TV deals at times. MLW, that's where Jacob Fatu has kind of come from. It's where MJF was. Hammerstone came through there. I think the Von Erichs have been over there as well. But PWG are in that conversation. So I don't know. I don't know where you draw the line. If you're WWE, I mean, I suppose you don't want that getting in the hands of AEW. To be honest, I don't think they need to buy them because they've got WWE ID, and what that does is it means they can identify the best indie talent, sign the indie talent to a contract, and then they've got a steady stream of indie talent coming into Evolve and NXT, right? So I don't think you necessarily need to outright buy a promotion. You just need access to the talent that works there. The problem is, if AEW buys Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, PWG, you won't have access. You won't have access to that talent unless, when they work at other shows, you might be able to get a hold of them. But I don't know if anyone is contracted to PWG. That's what it would come down to for me. If I was sat in WWE, I would want to know who is contracted exclusively to PWG and how much of a problem is it going to be going forward if AEW get that promotion. That is what would decide whether I buy them or not. Because to be honest, if there isn't that many people contracted exclusively to PWG, then I've got access to them then when they work for other promotions if AEW buy them. It's a little bit like that's a hard comparison to explain. I'm not going to explain that. That is what it would come down to. It would come down to can I get access to the talent? If the talent is trapped in PWG, it's going to be hard for me to get to them. But if the talent is able to work at the promotions and is not under any kind of a PWG contract, I can get them anyway. I don't need to buy PWG. Interesting. I'll be very interested to see what happens with that. Hannah, hello, said a massive Raw on deck tonight. Let's see what the TTC has got in store. What has been the most wild theory that you've heard? I remember Vince Russo saying WWE and AEW working together. The wildest theory? I mean, I don't know, because I hear so many theories. There are so many theories. I think, it might be something like that. I heard a theory that Vince was actually secretly in charge of AEW, and that it was that AEW was actually, not that they were working with WWE, but that they were actually owned by WWE, and that Tony Khan was just a front. Tony Khan was like, WWE were trying to get another brand, get another more TV time, and that they were trying to do it, but in a way that they could cater to non-WWE fans. And so what they've done is they've managed to get into bed with Tony Khan. They own the company, and Tony is just like the face of it, and that everything you see is just a work. So I suppose a little bit like what you're saying about how they're working together, but I've heard one step further, which is that they outright own them, which is not true, has never been true. But then, of course, the pictures emerged with Shane and Tony meeting, and then I saw a load of people saying that that was proof that, this theory was correct. So, that's probably one of the most bonkers ones that I've heard, certainly in recent years. So, similar. 2 Ultimate Warriors was wild, said Wrestle with Andy. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Hope you're well. Connor said, do you see these 5 stars John Cena could face? Drew, AJ, Roman, Punk, Rock. Yes. I find a lot of these questions, Connor, to be like, there's not really much to say because, honestly, there's no rumors around as to who he's going to face. So, I mean, could he face AJ? Yep. Could he face Roman? Yep. Could he face CM Punk? Yeah. Could he face The Rock? Yeah, I mean, he could, couldn't he? They're all active superstars. I mean, will The Rock show up? Probably not. I would imagine, he's probably not going to show up. I'd like to think he will once before Cena retires. That would be kind of good to get a face-to-face between those two. I don't see us getting a match. AJ Styles, absolutely. Roman, I wouldn't do Roman. We've done it before. and recently, so I personally wouldn't do it, but it's a massive match. We absolutely could. If you was going to do the Drew match, you'd have to turn face. AJ Styles, yep. CM Punk, yep. That's my honest thought on that. James said, that's the dumbest theory I've ever heard. Metal Mama, hello, said, I am so hyped for Natalya, Becky, and Roxanne. You know I want to root for Natalya, unless she comes out to Rage Against the Machine. I'm going with Becky, says Metal Mama. Metal Mama, hello. Hope you're well, my friends. Hope you had a good weekend. Donald said, Daze, this Friday, the 23rd, would have been Bray's birthday. Do you think we get anything Wyatt's? We touched on this before, and honestly, I think it's difficult because there are 52 weeks in a year, and I feel like pretty much every week there is some sort of big anniversary. So you've got the anniversary of Bray's last match in WWE, right? You've got the anniversary of his passing, and that means a lot, of course, yeah. You've got the birthday anniversary of his birthday. You've got the anniversary of when he first debuted on the main roster. You've got the anniversary of when The Fiend debuted, right? So I feel like there's only 52 weeks in the year. Each week is going to carry quite a few anniversaries, and not just anniversaries of, oh, Bray was on Raw 10 years ago on this. Do you know what I mean? Like, anniversaries of Bray winning the WWE Championship. Bray, like, you know, achieving like the biggest honor you can achieve in WWE, like that means something. The anniversary of his passing really means something. The anniversary of his last match means, do you know what I mean? Like, for me, the anniversary conversation is, there's too many anniversaries. I know his birthday is a big one as well, but I don't know, is it any bigger than the anniversary of Bray passing away? Is it a bigger anniversary than that? So I think, to me, it's one of those where I don't look at these anniversaries, because there are so many. I don't look at them as being, something's definitely going to happen because it's that. To me, it doesn't mean anything, honestly. It doesn't mean anything. Friday is Friday, right? The only thing I would say is that if the Wyatts come back on Friday, then yes, I would sit here and say I think that played a part. I don't think that would be coincidental. I think that they might have looked at it and they might have thought to ask themselves, well, that's the anniversary of his birthday. That would be a good time to return. I don't think that this has been the plan all along. We know it hasn't, right? But the fact that they weren't at WrestleMania, the fact they weren't on the show the week after, could someone have said, well, let's wait for this date. It's only a couple of weeks away, and it actually falls on Bray's birthday, and that would be a nice time, you know, rather than come back Friday just gone, let's do it on that Friday. Could that conversation have happened? Yeah, it could have happened. It could have happened. I can't sit here and say it wouldn't happen. But to be honest with you, is it more likely that WWE would want to get going when everything's ready to get going? I think they probably would, you know. Rather than waiting for this anniversary, I think they would probably just want to get going. I would not wait for this anniversary. The reason why I say that is because how hard has it been to get everyone fit, ready to wrestle, ready to be on TV at the same time, the creative lined up. How hard has that been? We haven't been able to do it all year. All year, there's not been a single opportunity where the creative and the stars have aligned. I mean, Bo only got cleared in March. So up until March, it wasn't possible. Then we had the European tour. Then we had like a week or two until WrestleMania. Then after WrestleMania, we've obviously built towards Backlash. So, I mean, it's so difficult to get them onto TV as a collective in a story. If those stars align, I don't know that I'm going to sit there and go, should we do it next week? Because that's an anniversary and that'd be nice. I'm just pulling the trigger because I'm just so desperate to get them back. I'm just pulling the trigger. I'm just like, let's get going. I think the fans would rather get going rather than wait to bring them back on an anniversary that literally no one's thinking about. Like, I mean, you've got to be a pretty big Bray fan to even know it's his birthday. That doesn't mean anything to casual fans. I mean, no casual fans sat there thinking about that it's Bray's birthday next week or whenever. So for me, it's irrelevant. Honestly, it's irrelevant. It's Bray Wyatt fan chatter. Nothing more than that. So I would pull the trigger. I'd just get them back. I think the masses just want them on TV. Let's get flipping going. So if the stars align, you get going. But yeah, I mean, look, if they come back on Friday, then of course that's an interesting talking point, isn't it? Did you know they actually came back on Bray's birthday? And you'd go, oh, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. But if I was in creative, would I wait for that? No, flipping wouldn't. Flipping wouldn't. The amount of frustration that's out there, the amount of people that are just so desperate to get them back, get them on TV, get them going. You know, I would just pull the trigger and get going, honestly. But it's one we've touched on before because obviously I'm not in the room, so I don't know where the conversations are at. The only thing I know is that if I was in that room, that's what I would say. And I can't be alone with that mindset because it's just been so hard to get those stars aligned, to have everyone fit and healthy and have everyone ready to go, that I think the second that you get that, the second that they are ready, and more importantly, their opponents are ready. Because to be honest, we might be about to feud with Judgment Day, and Liv's just gone and done a film. So, you know, it might be that we've had to wait for Liv to finish doing her film. And so that's another flipping. So the second that everything's right, just go. Because otherwise you might miss your opportunity again, and someone else might get flipping injured. Because it's been a nightmare, innit? It's been a flipping nightmare. Wrestling Russ said Cena is going to face Sammy. That was Sammy's debut, said Wrestling Russ. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, buds. Rare Breeds, shout out to you. And Jets said the cops found all my wrestling merch and I pressed charges. They hit 3 different houses in the area. That's why I register all my high-end merch. There wasn't any damage. So what do you mean you register it? How do you register it? What does that do? Does it mark the items so that you can easily tell they're yours? Don't super chat it. Just put in like a response. How do you register? Because other people might be interested in that. How do you register your high-end items so that if they get stolen or anything, like they can be tracked or they can be found or they can be established that they're your... There is that like black ink, invisible ink or whatever it is. There is that sort of stuff that you can mark like on the products that can't be seen unless like a UV light is put over it. That's not bad, is it? That's not a bad way of going, well, listen, I've actually written the letter T on the back. If you put a UV light, I mean, there ain't going to be many other people that have done that. So I wonder if it is, it's probably not that, but is it something like that? Chet, let us know. I think people would like a bit more info on that. Jordan said, could we see Judgment Day Wyatts one day? Well, yeah, but again, it just drags me back to what we just said. I think that definitely was the plan. We know that from the trailer of Unreal showed that on the whiteboard it was going to be those guys at WrestleMania. But stars didn't align, did they? We know about Bo's injury. We know about the European tour. We know about the never-ending drama that has been trying to get them on TV. Sometimes it's their problem. It's their fault. Sometimes I think it's creative's fault. Sometimes I think it's the opponent's fault. If your opponent, whoever you're about to feud with, is currently engaged in a feud, you got to wait. Simple as that, isn't it? You got to wait. Like, you can't start a feud whilst they're already feuding with someone. It gets very messy then. So there's been times where I think they have done that, but I think in regards to the Wyatts, like, they are obviously a very specific group, and so everything's got to be lined up properly. They are not really a group that pivot very well. They're not a group that you can make quick changes with. A lot of wrestling you have to do on the fly. A lot of wrestling you have to do with, like, such and such got injured at a house show, so we need to now pivot over to here. And it's like, you need that flexibility in wrestling because it is live performance. Mistakes happen. Injuries happen. Illnesses happen. There's lots of stuff that can happen in wrestling. People can get arrested, right? And like things along these lines, but flights can be delayed or cancelled, and so someone was going to be on the show and they're not on the show now. And you know, there's even as Triple H said in a recent interview, people want me to do such and such against such and such, but they don't know that such and such hates such and such, and they won't work together. And you're like, how much of that is going on behind the scenes that we don't know about? I think there's more than we think, honestly. I think there's more of that stuff. Because in our mind, or in my mind, they're kind of largely a group that get on the wrestlers behind the scenes. It's a, you know, what do you need, boss type mentality. I sort of feel like that's one of the things they train you to be like in NXT, is they train you to have that mentality. Because they don't want problems on the main roster. And if you're going to be a problem, your shelf life is going to be very short. So I think genuinely that is something they go through in NXT, like how to carry yourself if you've got a problem, how to deal with it. You know, that's you know, when we talk about people going to NXT, and it always seems to upset some people, because some of their favorites are coming in from other promotions, and they're like, they don't need to go to NXT. They can wrestle. Do you think they need to learn how to wrestle? It's like, no, they don't need to learn how to wrestle. But they do need to understand certain things about how WWE works, certain expectations. And I think that NXT for me, it's the reception of WWE, you know? I mean, if you're going to start your new job, are you going to go to the reception area and go through the front door? Or are you going to climb through the back window to get to your desk? Because going straight to the main roster, to me, is like climbing through the back window to get to work. Like, you're kind of skipping the whole welcome, first day, here's a load of videos you've got to watch about, you know, certain things, health and safety, and what, like, you're skipping all of that. And you're just climbing through the back window and going straight to your desk. That's what going straight to the main roster is like for me. I'm not a fan of it. I think that there are a lot of elements, a lot of things that get taught down in NXT, which is not just promos and wrestling. And one of those, I think, is like how the main roster works and how to carry yourself and who to speak to if you've got a problem, and, you know, tips about like how to handle being on the road and expectations, what time you should be there. You know, how do you speak to the wrestler liaison person? Like, how do you get an appointment made there? Like, if you don't go through that, you've got to learn it all whilst you're actually at the event, at Raw, at SmackDown. That's a lot to put on someone. That's a lot to put on someone. That's a lot. Like, they've got to worry about their match or their promo. You've also got to flip in. Do you know what I mean? Introduce them to the roster. You've got to go through, here's catering, here's the doctor, here's blah, 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 here's blah, blah, blah. It's a lot. I could imagine it being very overwhelming. So I sort of feel like down in NXT, they've probably got that kind of a welcome center introduction type course, if you will, where they go through a lot of stuff. I think that's really worthwhile, everyone going through. And then on the main roster, when you get there, I think you already know, you've already been trained, you've already been clued in about, you know, how things work and how to get on and whatever. And I think then, you know, they're kind of trained to not rock the boat. I mean, it's kind of one of those where if you've got creative you don't like, how do you counter it? I would hope that gets taught in NXT. Say you turn up to TV at Raw, you get given the scripts, and in the script there's like promos or there's a segment and you don't like it, doesn't work for your character. How do you question that? Like, do you go to Triple H? Where do you go? When do you go? How is that process? And so I think that, you know, they get taught, or I'd like to think they get taught all of that. But isn't it interesting that, I don't know what the percentage is, but 90-odd% of the main roster have come through NXT. Yet in a recent interview, Triple H said there are people that refuse to work with each other. So, I don't, as you get to be a bigger star, I think that what happens is that you start to get more leeway. And so you don't have to toe the line as much because actually the company needs you a little bit more. They've put so much promotion into you. You start to get a little bit of power. And so in, negotiations or storylines, you can start to put your foot down a little more. Look at Roman. There ain't no way Roman's going to get a part-time schedule, reduced schedule when he first comes up from NXT. He's not a star. They don't need him. They'll make another Roman. But they've invested so much into Roman. He's a multiple-time champion, shifted so much merch, headlined WrestleManias. They can't get rid of Roman now. They don't want to, right? He's a massive star, a massive ticket seller for them. He is a star. He has name value. That's been built up over a long period of time, which is brilliant, but it does now give Roman a bit of leeway, doesn't it? Now he can be like, well, I want more money, and I don't want to do house shows, and blah, 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 right? And he can negotiate himself into the contract that he's got. So when you hear about such and such won't work with such and such, I don't think it's people that have just come up. I think it's your Beckys and your Charlottes. Those are the names I think of. I think it's people that have got a little bit of leeway. Otherwise, I'd like to think their heads would be banged together backstage and told to get out of their own way, because we'll just go and get some people that will work together instead. How about that? But Triple H made a point of mentioning this on a recent interview, and I thought it was very interesting and immediately made me think of Becky and Charlotte. But it also made me wonder who else is in that boat? Who else refuses to work together? Which I thought was quite an interesting thought. At 9.Holiday, shout out to you, said, I don't think there's going to be a draft. If there is, make it a PLE, first round, first pick. Make the main event. Maybe tag teams fight, so on, so on. I've heard there is a draft. I've heard that it's going to be either before the end of the month or before SummerSlam. That was the report that did the rounds the other day. So I think there is one that's on the way. I like your idea for a PLE. There's obviously no word of that. To be honest, I don't think there's room in the schedule at the moment because, and we have done it before where on a SmackDown or a Raw, we've had first round picks going up against each other, or, we've had like certain people that have been selected, drafted, going up against each other. I don't know that they would make a PLE out of it because, well, the schedule's just so full, isn't it? I mean, we've done WrestleMania. 2 weeks later was Backlash. 2 weeks later is Saturday night's main event. 2 weeks later is Money in the Bank. I don't know what's after that, but there's rumours of Evolution 2, which is apparently on the way. We know that we've got Night of Champions coming up. I mean, we'll turn around and it'll be SummerSlam. We got Clash in Paris. I mean, it's pretty rammed, isn't it, in all fairness? It's pretty rammed at the moment. So, yeah, I wouldn't be down on doing some sort of bragging rights type show based on draft picks. There's maybe something you could flesh out there. But honestly, just trying to find room in the schedule right now, I think, is very difficult. Christopher said, Daze, I remember when Roman had hard times with promos when he was feuding with Brock Lesnar back in Christopher, shout out to you. Yeah, he did have a bit of a rough time. I think it's funny, isn't it, how a heel turn or a face turn or something can really solidify someone. I mean, I think him turning heel was huge, but equally as huge was, I think he'd had like a slight change to his look. I think before he used to have a bit of a goatee, which was not a good vibe, honestly. When he actually grew a bit more of a beard out, he looked a lot better. I think, didn't he have some work on his teeth as well, which helped, and that they made him heel, and they put him with hate. There was this big flipping overhaul that got done to Roman, which honestly took him from being an A talent to an A++ talent, you know. For me, it took him to, well, you know, not. I don't think it's unreasonable to have conversations about, is Roman Mount Rushmore worthy? I don't think so, but I think you could speak to a lot of fans that would put him on their Mount Rushmore of WWE. He is undeniably the face of this era, and as Heyman rightfully points out, this era has generated more money than any other eras. I mean, it's always going to be that way, of course, because ticket prices keep going up and up and up, and merch keeps going up and up and up, so of course they're making more money. But, you know, and TV deals aren't going down, are they? They're only going up and up. So of course they're making more money. But it's still a valid point, isn't it? They're making more money now than they've ever made in their history. And who is the guy on top? Well, it was Roman. And I think that Roman gets a lot of credit. The Bloodline story gets a lot of credit. I mean, really, where WWE was 2019, 2020, 2021, to like where we are now, it does feel like we've definitely gone up. There was a really interesting graph in Unseen, which came from WrestleNomics, which showed the Google searches in America for MLB, WWE, women's basketball, NASCAR, NHL, like loads of different brands, yeah, loads of different sports, whatever. I was shocked, genuinely shocked to see that WWE was like number one out of all of those in 2017. And then since 2017, it's just been a gradual decline. Compared to the others, it's just been a gradual decline. I was shocked. If you'd have asked me to have drawn that graph, I would have had WWE pretty good around 2014 because of Daniel Bryan, Yeselmania. I think I would have had it dip a little bit in 2015. I think there was a little bump in like 2016. I don't know about 2017, honestly. But 2016, I think there was a little bump. We had AJ Styles coming in. I remember we were doing some matches with him and John, and there was a good buzz that was around at that time. But yeah, I mean, I would have had it like Yeselmania, quite a peak, dipping down, coming back up again, and then going down. I would have had it going down. The only thing I would have thought was during the pandemic, WWE kept going, and they were able to be in the Performance Center. How would that have helped with social media and Google searches? So I would have been a bit stuck for the pandemic. But since pandemic, I would have had them going like that. Because everything we've heard is the sale, everything's amazing, more money than ever, selling out all these shows. So I would have had the line doing that. It doesn't. Crazy. So I was really surprised to see that basically we peaked for Google searches compared to all these other brands in 2017, and since then it's been like this kind of gradual decline, really, which is really surprising. I don't think it's all great news, you know, like WWE constantly try and tell us. I mean, clearly there's going to be bad news that we don't get told. All we ever hear about is we've sold out another show, this is the most revenue we've ever made. But the thing is, if you make the most revenue, if you make the most money ever from a money in the bank, so you charge high ticket prices, are you just getting more money out of a decreasing fan base? Is it that actually less people are watching, but those that are still watching are really into it, and so you can charge those people higher ticket prices? So you might brag that you've made more money from this recent show than you've ever made before at that previous show. So this is the highest grossing Money in the Bank. This is the highest grossing WrestleMania, right? That's great. That means that you've charged high ticket prices, people have paid them, and you've made your money, right? But that doesn't really tell us the size of the viewership, does it? That doesn't really tell. And then they use this social media view thing where they're like, there was 300 social media views. What does that mean? How does that correlate to anything? How does that actually translate to popularity? You know, it can be that you're on TikTok and it flips up and you're like, oh, I'm not interested, and you go, is that a view? Does that count as a view? Someone having something recommended they're not interested in? So even that's a bit sketchy. So once you start kind of digging into it a little bit, you start going, I mean, I get why they shout about these things, but are things actually as good as is being hyped? I mean, they're doing their job, aren't they? They're promoting WWE, but which is what they should do. But I don't know, are things quite as rosy as we're constantly being told they are? That graph I thought was very interesting. Leanne said the viewership for WWE on Netflix is a little concerning. It's dropped to just over 1 million globally of 7.8 billion. It's not a lot, to be honest. I don't know where the viewership was. It was 2.8 for Raw. I don't know where we are now. It was 2.8. I think at one point, maybe post-WrestleMania, it got to 3.2. Where we are in the few weeks since, I don't think I've seen, honestly. I know that SmackDown did 1.4 the other day, which is okay. I mean, SmackDown, of course, when it was on Fox, was doing over 2 million, 2.2. But we know that USA Network's not as big a network, not as widely viewed as Fox. So we know that was always going to suffer a decrease. 1.4, I think they'd be okay with that. I think they'd be fairly pleased. I think there's no alarm bells there. But I don't think, to be honest, they want that to drop too much. I don't think they want that at 1.2. So 1.4 is like, okay, yeah, we'll take that. 1.4, 1.5, we'll take that. 1.2, 1.1, they definitely don't want to be going to those numbers. Netflix-wise, yeah, I've got to admit the numbers I've seen out of Netflix have been much lower than I was expecting. Much, much lower. Head-scratchingly lower, actually. Because it looks like India have come on board, and we've not seen any great change with the rating. I mean, as I said, it went from like 2.8 to like 3.2 for the post-Mania one. It's as if India hasn't come on board. I mean, I've not seen any change in the numbers. So I'd like it'd be really good if there was a detailed breakdown, if WrestleNomics could do that and do like a detailed breakdown as to where we are with those kind of numbers. But I know people don't care about numbers, they care about the stories. But talking about the business side is interesting because, well, there's a lot of stuff that happens on that side of the company which is very interesting. We were talking earlier about how they bought AAA and how that fits into things, and, you know, what are they going to do if there is another huge announcement? It was mentioned about PWG, and, you know, that is as much a part of wrestling now as actually what's on the shows. Is kind of the rumor mill and the conversation around the business, and people want to know that WWE is doing well, it's in good health, it's going to be here for many years. No one begrudges them making money, but people do, there is a balance, and people do want it to be fair and reasonable, and they don't want those poorer families, even flipping, you know, middle class families that have got good incomes. It's still a lot of money to take you and your kids to a wrestling show now. Even if you've got money, it's a lot of money. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the same as a little vacation, honestly. Like, by the time you've bought your tickets now, certainly if you go into a Raw, a SmackDown, or a flipping, let's not even get started on a PLE, but if you buy tickets, I mean, you're looking like 150, something like that. For just, you know, so-so seats. 150. If 4 of you have going, mom, dad, 2 kids, I mean, all of a sudden that's like 600. That's do you know what I mean? I don't know about you. I don't spend £600 and not think about it. Do you know what I mean? I'd lie awake thinking about it. So it's one of those where all of a sudden, back in the day, it was like 30 quid, 40 quids. You know, the whole family could go for 180, 200. It's 3 times that now. It's at least 3 times that. And it's a noticeable change. So no one begrudges them making money, but there has to be a fair balance, you know? And that's the kind of concern that's coming from the fans at the moment, which is very understandable. Leanne said, I would have been expecting over 10 million on Netflix globally as a bare minimum on a planet just shy of 8 billion. Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously Netflix isn't in 8 billion homes. That's the starting point. I mean, I don't know how many homes they are in. And I don't think all the countries that have got Netflix get Raw. Like India came online recently. But to be honest, I don't know how popular Netflix is in India. So, you know, there's definitely factors that play there. I mean, I don't know. It was always going to be hard to know, like what was achievable, what the number was. I think the number. I remember saying about like if you double it, I think that's not a bad starting point. And I think it roughly came out about that. I mean, it was doing 1.7 was it on USA Network about that? I can't remember that first. I think the first number we saw was 3 point something, and then I think when you had like the catch-up shows added, it got to like 5 point something. So in my mind, that's the kind of ballpark for the premiere globally of 5 point something. And then since then, obviously, as it is with every show, once you get past that premiere, interest dies down. And so then we've kind of settled at the 2.83 million mark globally. So I think even for the premiere, it was 5 point something. So it's one of those, isn't it? Those numbers, we don't get much visibility on those. We don't know how Netflix feel about it. We don't know how WWE feel about it. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard to have expectations. It was a big step into the unknown. So it's about, can you now capitalize on this opportunity? Because they're on Netflix tonight, and whoever's got Netflix, you know, most countries have got visibility. So every week you've got an opportunity to attract new viewers. Can you take those opportunities? I don't know about you, but it just leaves me with a bit more of it leaves me scratching my head. Genuinely, I'd love an answer from Triple H on this. And that is, you've gone to Netflix. All we've heard about is how big this opportunity is, how big the pie is, how many people tune into Netflix globally. You've banged on about it, right? You've told us about it. Why have your Raws been so mid in 2025? Why has it been so slow? Why is it that we couldn't? I mean, I got my binoculars out and I was looking everywhere during WrestleMania season for OMG moments. I couldn't find them. I had night vision goggles on and I was looking everywhere on Raw for OMG moments and they just weren't there. So it's like, why? How do you think this is going to grab people's attention? How do you think that you're going to attract new viewers? How do you think that what you have booked in 2025 is good enough? I mean, I don't understand. I can sit here and say we're going through a reset, we're going through a refresh, we're going through, you know, a change. Bloodline story has ended. Cody's title reign has ended. This year is about Cena saying goodbye. That's the big story. We're trying to build up Bron. We're trying to build. All of that is true. But at the end of the day, your show quality has still got to be higher than it has been in 2025. Well, those are reasons as to why we're going through what we're going through. But it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. I mean, look at football. If you don't get results, you're out. You know, it doesn't matter what team you are the manager of. If you don't get results, you are out. Now, it could be that all your players are injured, right? It could be that they just have lost their confidence, or who knows? There could be a plethora of different reasons. At the end of the day, you've got to get the results. And the same is true with WWE. You've got to get results, and results in WWE is viewership and it's revenue. Now, the revenue box seems to be getting ticked very well, but yeah, the viewership box is definitely one that I think is, well, I don't know how concerning it is, but it's I wouldn't say it's in rude health. I wouldn't say that it was blowing our minds. I don't think anyone's looking at it going, my God, this is insane. I don't think anyone's feeling that way about the views in 2025. Certainly ain't nothing insane about SmackDown getting 1.4 million. That ain't insane. There's not really anything insane about globally Raw doing 2.8 million, is there? That doesn't strike me as insane. So, I don't know. You sort of look at that, and if I was Nick Khan, I'd be like, well, what are we going to do to improve numbers? And what's the answer? Doing what you've done. That math don't math. Even if there are reasons for it, it doesn't math. So you just got to hope, really, that the Triple H that we all had such confidence in 2023, 2024, the Triple H that was being praised, the Triple H that was delivering an excellent Bloodline story, by the way. I think Triple H shines when he's got something good like Bloodline. I think he shines at doing that slow burn, the little lurks, all that kind of stuff. I don't think he shines when it comes to like quick, snappy OMG. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's shake this up. Sometimes Vince would shake things up, you know? Might not make any flipping sense, but you'd still come out of it like, Jesus, what was that? You know, there'd still be talking points. You'd still feel like you'd watch something. Whereas Triple H, I think he's just a bit slower. He doesn't rock the boat as much. He's a bit safer. He's trying to not offend anyone. Vince, I don't think Vince ever cared about if he offended. But I think like Triple H cares. Yeah, you could do a really interesting breakdown now that we've had a good few years of Triple H's booking. You could do a really good breakdown and kind of compare, like, you know, their strengths and weaknesses. I think Triple H is good in certain regards. I think he's definitely someone you would want in the company. I'm not saying you ever get rid of him. And I think he's fine in this position, but I do think that he probably needs someone, a right-hand person, I don't know who his right-hand guy is, but I think he needs someone next to him going, let's do this. He needs that devil on his shoulder. That's what he's missing. That's what he's missing. He's missing that devil on his shoulder that's like, listen, let's do this. Let's swerve it this way and let's do that. The most exciting thing that happened on the road to WrestleMania was Cena turning heel. And that was not a Triple H decision. So I think you do need that devil on the shoulder, which might be The Rock, actually. Unfortunately, though, I don't think they're working necessarily together. That's a big difference. You need someone that's there all the time, that's going to allow these stories to go and then just come in with a, let's do this. Let's shock them here. Let's do this here. And Triple H, you know, you kind of need to push Triple H out of his comfort zone. He's very comfortable. He's very safe. Do you know what I mean? Very safe. You need to take him out of his comfort zone. So I don't know. There's definitely a lot of positives with Triple H. I would not sit here and say otherwise because I think he's been excellent overall. If I look at 23, I look at 24. I've got lots of praise for the Bloodline story. But yeah, I think we all want to come on, do something. Come on. I know he's a big believer, isn't he, in like long-term booking, and I like that as well. But sometimes you do want to mix in the odd little thing where it's like, do you know what I mean? V85 said Netflix don't care about individual figures for programming. They're more interested in the retention rate of people who sign up for WWE and have stayed for other content, said V85. Well, that is true. The only thing I'd say, though, is that your viewership is going to give you an idea of how many people are subscribed for that. I mean, you're not going to subscribe to Netflix and then not watch WWE. So that is surely how you get a good indication that the people that are subscribing for that reason. Like, they've got all the data, obviously, as to how much people watch, how much they consume of WWE. Do they watch it once and then never again? Are they a regular viewer? Netflix will have an idea of, right, this is how many people have signed up to our service that are WWE fans and, are going to watch WWE on a regular basis and then watch other content as well, yeah? But your starting point has got to be the views. Like, if those people aren't watching WWE, well, then you can't credit them for signing up for WWE, can you? So the views are important. There's no two ways about it, because that is your window into who has signed up for this content. So globally at the moment, I believe it's, or was, going back a few weeks, 2.8 million globally, which only Netflix will know how that compares to other shows and how much they're spending on WWE, and you know, if that's going to be like worth it for them. They are committed to 5 years, and I think they can extend for another 5. I mean, the truth could be that, you know, WWE might be outsmarting me, right? It happens all the time. They might be cleverer than me, and they might be cleverer than us, right? Because WWE strategy could be, let's get our feet under the table. We've got 5 years, you know, that we're absolutely fine. We're, you know, going to get settled in. Let's build. Let's get ourselves established. Let's, you know, just work on some long-term stories. This year, John Cena's retiring. We'll focus on that. Let's build in the background so that we can bring new talent in, and we've got a good supply. And I wonder if what they're doing is a little bit like, do you know what I mean? First day at school. So, you know, your first day at school, you're meeting people, you go in places, you're, you know, getting your head around things. Your test isn't coming up anytime soon, right? Your test is like ages away, years away. So you've got this time now, so use it. I wonder if there's a little bit of that. I wonder if I don't know what the contract says. I don't know if there's an early out for Netflix. If there's an early out, then that theory doesn't work. But if they are committed to 5 years, then if you're WWE, do you build? Do you slow the pace down? Tell some stories. Try and put on... I mean, look, no one's saying they're not trying to put on the best shows possible. But is it a case that you're not, do you know what I mean, ripping up scripts, moving mountains, going as crazy as you probably should do? Because at the moment, you've got time. You're fine. You've got 5 years. So do you use this time to just build talent? Is it that actually you don't want to peak now? You want to peak, you know, over the next, like, you know, next year could be quiet, but then after that we start, you know, really starting to get somewhere. Oh, could it be that? Could it be that really the time you want to peak is when it is time for them to decide, are we going to keep you around? And really, at that point, they ain't going to be interested in what your numbers look like back in 2025. If it's 2030, they're not interested in what you was doing in 25, right? They're going to be interested in how was 28, how was 29, how was 30, where are we right now? And I wonder if WWE have got a little bit of that where they're like, let's build for the future. Let's really focus our energy on some young talent that's coming through. Let's get them popping. Let's get them sorted. Let's work towards where we're going to be in 5 years, so that in 5 years we're peaking, we're in a brilliant place. And, you know, because you could just bring legends back and you could just do loads of stuff right now, but that's probably going to take TV time away from the young people. Yeah, it's going to be, you know, your Austin Theories and whatever that are going to suffer as a result, and he's suffering enough as it is. But I wonder if there is a little bit of strategy there. I wonder if there is a little bit of thought where it's like, let's not do that. Let's not hotshot stuff. Let's try and invest in this emerging talent, because it's going to pay dividends in 5 years' time when it's time to renew this deal. I don't know. That's me trying to play devil's advocate, trying to explain why WWE might be a bit flat now compared to where we've been. Don't forget as well, here's another thought, gang, right? Last year, they were trying to get a TV deal. So the shows were awesome, because it's a little bit like, you know, when you go to the club, you're looking amazing, yeah? You're looking good, you're smelling fresh, right? You're looking fresh, you're smelling fresh. Your personality is popping, right? The champagne corks are popping, right? You're having a great time of your life, yeah? And it's like a big shop window and you're pulling all the girls. Yeah, we've all been there. We've all been there, fighting them off with a broomstick, right? You're probably not going to look as fresh the next morning, right? Probably not going to look as sharp. Probably not going to look as good as you did whilst you was trying to woo. Once you've wooed, you know what I mean? You're probably not going to look as fresh. I wonder if this is the morning after for WWE. I wonder if last year they were running around, peacocking away, showing off their boobs, right? Smelling fresh, looking fly, trying to attract whoever they could attract. And then they've managed to now get a hold of Netflix. They've took Netflix. They've Netflixed and chilled. They've actually Netflixed and chilled in real life. Lol. And now this is the flipping morning after where they're waking up now and they're like, Jesus, what did I do last night? And they're not as fresh. And they're not as good as they were like last year. Because this is the regret. This is the walk of shame. This is where we are now. This is what we're living through. And so this year is not as good. And so I wonder now if they need to get home. They need to probably have a bit of a sleep. They probably need to have like some food in them. It's going to be tricky. Yeah, they had a lot to drink. So keeping it down might be a problem. But maybe they need to just get home, regroup, right? They need to like try and figure out, put some pieces together. Because honestly, WWE might be a dad now. Because you don't know what's gone on. You don't know the bad decisions you've made whilst you've had a few drinks, yeah? So you're like, Jesus, I just don't know how bad this is going to be. And they've already given birth to AAA. So, do you know what I mean? AAA's already emerged in our lives. That wasn't there the night before. So, yeah, they've gone through that. Perhaps we just need to wake up and then we'll get going again. So I think this is a hangover. I think this is a walk of shame hangover. That's how I would describe 2025. But hopefully 2026 will be better. And certainly as we get towards the end of this next 5 years, we should be in a good place. The Beach Kevin said, Daze, check the latest WWE tweet. Let's do that, shall we? Let's do exactly that. The latest WWE tweet says, Scrap Daddy makes it official. Roxanne has joined Raw. Monday nights just got even better. She is, I thought she was already on it, to be honest. I thought she was already part of it. She's been on the show for the past, well, since WrestleMania. Really since the start of the year with being in the Rumble, being in Elimination Chamber, being in a qualifying match. So, yeah, not a big shock, honestly. I thought she was already part of it, but it's official. It is official. Julia went over to SmackDown, didn't she? She went to SmackDown, and Roxanne looks like she's staying on Raw. Whether they'll stay there, I'd imagine they will when we get to the drafts, but I'd imagine they will. So, The Beach Kevin, thank you. 9 Doc Holiday, shout out to you. Said, first 2 nights SummerSlam. There will be a cash-in there, says 9 Doc Holiday. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to the 2-day SummerSlam. I think it's a big opportunity. I think it's the right move. I think the 2-day thing has been good. I understand ideally the best thing you could do would be a 3-hour show, 1 day, and for it to be bonkers, for it to be just the best 3 hours. That would be the most ideal thing, I would say. Leave the fans always wanting more. I mean, I don't think we ended WrestleMania 41 wishing there was more. All right, so leaving fans wanting more is obviously the preference. That's hard to do when you've got a 2-day show. There's going to be a lot of sitting there and watching stuff and kind of, you know, just waiting for the next match or waiting for the match that you're really excited for. So there is a downside to 2 days, but I think the pros outweigh the cons. I think the positives outweigh the negatives. I'm definitely down for... I wonder why they don't do a 2-day Super Bowl. They should do a 2-day Super Bowl. You could do like a Legends game on the Saturday, couldn't you? Or you could do like something like that. Some like a Legends charity thing on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday, the Super Bowl. You could do a 2-day thing. Loads of celebs and former players. Super Bowl could learn from WWE. So, yeah, making WrestleMania 2 days, I think, was a positive. Certainly when you look at how long flipping WrestleMania 35 was. And, yeah, SummerSlam being 2 days, I'm looking forward to that. I think it does make it feel bigger. I mean, I don't think they're going to be 2 mid-days. I mean, to me, it just makes it seem more like WrestleMania. To me, it makes it seem like we are going big, mate. It's going to be big. So, yeah, sign me up. Vic said, what wrestler emote should I do for graduation? Well, the big one everyone's doing is EO, isn't it? That's the big one. I don't know, whoever your favourite is. I think always, you know, make it personal to you. Whoever your favourite is. But the EO one is the one that I think a lot of people are doing. To be honest, it's been done. So, like, if you was to put a video on social media, I don't know that it would gain as much traction now. Because that guy did it the other day, didn't he? So I feel like that box has been ticked. So you might want to... You might want to do a different one that's not been done. That'll be a good one for the community to advise. So, Vic, good luck with your graduation. I hope it all goes well. I've never had a graduation, so I don't really understand how they work. I think you just turn up in a robe, don't you? I don't think they can go wrong, can they? I don't know. I still wish you all the best. I hope you don't forget how to walk. So, shout out to you. I don't know what else you have to do. I suppose it is nerve-wracking, though, isn't it? That you've got all those people there and you're on stage and everything. I mean, it is definitely a big moment in your life. So, I hope it all goes well. Hope you don't fall over. I'm sure you won't. Vikings Wolf said, I mean, it's gotta say, wherever you have stars in the back, they aren't being used. That they could bring value to Raw or SmackDown, such as Carrion or Meechin. Yes, they absolutely can. The only thing is, though, that you have only got so much TV time. So, I mean, if you put Carrion and Meechin on TV, someone else does not get onto TV. The roster is bigger than the TV time, and it has to be. Because you've got injuries, you've got illnesses, you've got flight problems, you've got people that walk out like Sasha and Naomi did, right? Like, your roster, your active roster, has got to be able to weather that. So if you was to put a roster together, if you had a scrap of paper and you was like, right, how many people do I need for a 2-hour Raw? Like, you would, in your mind, you'd be like, okay, I've got this many segments, I've got this many matches, I'm going to do that over, you know, this period of time, let's say 3 months, right? So you're going to do 4 matches. That means that you're going to need at least 8 wrestlers, and you're going to do that over 3 months. So you're going to have to figure out how many matches that is in total. Do your feuds and everything. I'm going to eat up this many matches. That'll be a promo. That'll blah, blah, blah. Map it out. You should be able to, right? Take a bit of work, but, you know, in an afternoon, certainly within like an evening, right? You would be able to sit down and go, I need that many men, guys. I need that many girls. I need that many tag teams. And that is going to get me through the next 3 months of Raw, right? I've got my matches, I've got my feuds, I've got everything like that. You are always going to want extra than that. That would be your bare minimum, because that fills your TV time. Well, what about illnesses? What about flight delays? What about people walking out? What about whatever? Yeah. What about Bray, who was on the roster and passed away? Right. So you've got, God only knows, people could get pregnant, right? God only knows. You have to have extra. You got to have extra. And those people are going to be recycled around, yeah? You don't want people just sat in catering all the time. Like, hopefully your Carrions will come in and do a feud. That means that person drops out. They go on the subs bench, like a subs bench, yeah? And that's not a bad thing. You know, it's not a bad thing we have a subs bench in football. Like, a subs bench is absolutely fine. Subs benches are a normal thing in sports. And I think the best way to look at it is, the term benched is doing the rounds, actually. WWE said we don't bench people. And it's like, well, you absolutely do. You do. I mean, maybe you don't bench people that are coming to the end of their contract. Like, you don't bench people in the way that AEW did with Phoenix. You know, they added Phoenix's injury time on, and then they benched him. They didn't use him on TV. They just said, no, you can't get out of your contract. So perhaps they mean it more in that regard. But that's also a lie, because we've definitely done that before. So it's probably best sometimes that WWE just shut up, actually, because that has definitely been done before. But yeah, it's one of those where you're definitely going to want your extra talent. But the question is, that's not a problem. But are they cycling that talent in enough? I mean, Carrion had a feud, didn't he, with the Wyatts in December, and has really not done anything in 2025, apart from pop up in the background and, you know, kind of do the odd bit where he's lurking or giving New Day a t-shirt or having a chat with AJ or having a chat with Sammy, or, do you know what I mean? I mean, it's just been absolute breadcrumbs. So in the space of 5 months, nearly 6 months, we've not found anything for him to do. That's not right. That's not the vision that I would sit down with. I do find, though, it's easy to sit here and say these things. I would be so interested to speak to someone in creative. I'd be so interested to speak to them, because I'd be like, can you explain this to me? How does someone like Carrion not get used in, like, 2025? I mean, maybe it's just that they were just totally locked in for WrestleMania, but we had TV feuds. We had stuff that didn't go to WrestleMania. We had feuds and things that were going on that didn't pay off at WrestleMania. So why was Carrion never involved in a TV feud? Was it that they had a plan and they couldn't do it? Or, like, I don't know. I don't have the answer. A lot of people are scratching their heads with the Carrion situation, most notably Carrion. Some of the others, I mean, like, maybe like your Meechins, whatever. I mean, I don't know that they see her as a big star. I think she's someone that, you know, worked a program with Chelsea, for example. And I think that's probably how they're going to look to use her. I think she's got great experience and she's someone they like, but I don't think they're like, oh, she's going to be a multiple-time women's champion. She's going to be at WrestleMania and all that stuff. I think they just look to bring her in as that kind of experience. She's in that sort of LA Knight role if LA Knight wasn't as over. That's the sort of role I see for Meechin. She's in that LA Knight role if LA Knight wasn't as popular. She's experience. She's someone that's been there, done it, been in the wrestling game a long time. You'll get a good match out of her. She ain't someone that you're going to strap the rocket to, but she's good to have on a roster. And I don't mean that as a disrespect. There's no disrespect there. She's in the biggest wrestling company in the world, getting paid very well. I mean, I can't. If there's disrespect, I can't see it. I just don't think, and you know, evidence would show that they really see her as being someone to build the division around. I don't think they look at her the same way they look at Tiffany, or the same way they look at Rhea, or the same way they look at Liv. You know. So I think that one's a bit different in regards to Meechin. Carrion, they clearly don't feel that way about, but Carrion feels like he's got more of a presence. Do you know what I mean? He's hungrier, he's cutting promos online, and he's grabbing attention, he's demanding attention. And it's weird that hasn't bared any fruit on TV. Right. We are at the show. That was 2 hours, you know. JP, shout out to you. Said it's called the Pro Bowl. It happens a week before. Oh, they do one. Oh, well, perhaps that's how they do it then. Perhaps they do it the week before and then they do the Super Bowl. I genuinely didn't know there was one. So there we go. Okay, so we're just looking. Last week with CM Punk Bron Breakker. This is obviously build into Saturday night's main event. Ellis Dub said, with how cynical and safe Triple H's booking is, it wouldn't surprise me if he's currently making plans to use Carrion in the fall. It takes a while for major creative directions to make it to TV. You could be true. I mean, he didn't get cut, so I do think they've got some plans. So I do agree. I think there's some on the horizon for him. They've been teasing something as well with him and AJ. Him and Sammy. Like, there's been a few little teases of things. There was a little tease last week of him giving his shirt to the New Day. I mean, I don't know if anything's going to actually result or come of that, but there was a tease of at least something going on. WrestleNomics have tweeted that SmackDown did 1.2. Oh, I saw 1.4 for SmackDown. I saw 1.4. I wonder if that was the Fast Nationals or whatever. I wonder if that was like the early indication. Because they probably were the early numbers. Here's Seth. I don't love 1.2. Ed just said, I agree with what you said about the thing I sent to you. My weekend was good. Is anyone suffering from anything? Message me, said Edward. Edward, shout out to you, buds. Okay, here is Jay. I do like his neck tattoo, you know. There is AJ. So, Penta, AJ against Finn, and do the walk! Do the walk! He's doing the walk! He hasn't even got his makeup on, you know. Look at some of those houses. Wow, you don't often see houses. That looks like it could be in the UK, actually, you know. That's weird, isn't it? See houses so close. Normally your arenas are... Oh, God. Normally your arenas are just surrounded with car parks. Right. Oh, God. Apparently he's going to cook. That's the word on the street. He's going to cook. Do you know, my feelings for Logan have actually drastically deteriorated. I remember when he first came in, I wasn't too bothered because, well, you know, he's doing what every other celebrity does, coming in, having a match. He did well. He had another one. He did well. Actually, what you heard a lot of was, oh, God, I don't like Logan, but he's really good. And you heard a lot of that. But actually, I think he's been on a run of matches that have not grabbed attention. His WrestleMania match was pretty low scoring, actually. And I don't think he's kind of impressing the same way that he was when we first saw him. But not only that, I also think, like, people have just got a bit bored of it as well. Like, he's kind of outstayed. The honeymoon is over, you know. Really athletic, is really agile. He is really good. If he's a wrestler, if we're now judging him as a wrestler, he's just nothing more than potential. If he applies himself. I mean, look, the guy can talk and he is still athletic. He is still agile, but I don't know. I feel a lot more different about him if I've got to judge him as a full-time wrestler than as a celebrity. Okay, let's see what he's got to say. Jay tapped out Gunther. Logan tells the crowd to yeet. I mean, he is working this crowd. You've got to say he is working the crowd. Really, if anyone doesn't like Logan, the best thing you can do is just stay quiet. The fact that he's winding them up like that is a good sign for him, honestly. Biggest facts in my favour is that I've knocked out Jey Uso 3 times. I'm going to do it again. Here's Gunther. Okay, Gunther's coming out. So, I'm sorry, was that Logan cooking, was it? That's... I heard he was going to cook. I mean, if that's cooking, we've ended up with a couple of sandwiches there. Here's Gunther making his way down. Beat his ass, Gunther, said Gashon. Beat him, Gunther. Make him humble. Gunther. Perhaps Gunther could be a celebrity killer. That would be all right, wouldn't it? I'd be down for that, actually. He's... Gunther in the ring then, looking at Logan. Did you see that Kyrie is scheduled to compete? I did take a 1990. Yeah, good to have her back. I feel like WWE Unreal won't reveal everything that has gone down, as it will have some expectations with the Vince doc. Yeah, no, Hannah, I agree. It won't reveal everything. I wouldn't expect it to. There's going to be a lot of sensitive information that they're not going to reveal. They'll only let you show what they are comfortable with you seeing. Yeah, the "you tapped out" chance, I don't... I say it every time. I don't get why we did that to him. This... You seem very confident you can beat the guy that's beaten me. So I need to assume that you think you're better than me. These people should show you way more respect than they do. Yeah, he is a self-made social media megastar. Yeah. Is there a butt coming? There better be, because isn't the Ring General all about the ring mat being sacred? Him putting over Logan is very out of character. Look at Logan smile, said Lone Star Friend. But he's not a wrestler, said the Phoenix. This is true. I'm not done. I think there's things you can teach me. Yeah. Logan as heavyweight champion would be great for business. So far, he's not said anything wrong, honestly. I don't know that it would be great for business. I don't know if WWE would not become a bit of a laughing stock, but business, that's what it is to you. Go on, Gunther. Here we go. To me, all of this is personal. To you, this is business. To me, this is personal. I don't see no heart when I look in your eyes. Ain't that the truest line ever spoken? Doesn't that just flipping check out? I don't see any heart when I look in your eyes. Gunther face turn, saying that he's going to eat Logan alive. But when would that match be? There's a cheer. Someone's got in the ring. It's Jey. Jey's in there. Jey's standing behind Logan. Super kick, and Logan goes down. That's crazy, said Ace. So Jey with a super kick to Logan. Do you know what I'll say is I think they are using Logan as well as you could ever use Logan. I don't know that you could actually use him any better than that. He comes out, he works the crowd respond to him. They don't just sit there and like bored or boo him out the building. Like he was telling them to not yeet and they would yeet. And I mean, he was just pulling the strings and they were just responding. I mean, he absolutely had that crowd doing what he wanted them to do. And then, of course, you bring out Gunther, who, you know, we're trying to rebuild his aura. But he is still Gunther. He is still the guy that's been champ for 80% of the time. Him coming out and saying, this is business to you, but to me it's personal, and cutting a very good promo. And I think that that would have resulted in a lot of people wanting to see that match. I think the natural hatred people have got for Logan means they want to see him get beaten up. And I think Gunther being the one to dish out that beating, I think would appeal to a lot of people. So you are actually finding ways of putting Logan into matches where that people want to see, right? When really the correct response from WWE fans should just be to sit there, quiet, boo, not engage, and make it very clear that you just don't want him in WWE at all. That would be the correct response if you don't like Logan. It wouldn't be to get excited to watch him having a match. Even if it is because you want to see him getting beat up. Because that is what wrestling's all about. Wrestling is about you wanting to see heels get their comeuppance and the baby faces succeed. That what we just saw there is Wrestling 101, with Logan being the heel and getting, you know, like a lot of heat. And I think that coming out of that segment, I think a lot of people would be down for seeing that match, honestly. Which is why I say I think it's probably the best way you can use Logan, honestly. I think they're doing as good a job with him as you really could. JP said the thing with Logan is his behavior outside of WWE. Controversy after controversy wears on people. That is true. JP said, I think Gunther tapped because he's not going to tap at Saturday night's main event to complete a face turn, clapping up Pat tonight, then complete it at Saturday night's main event. To be honest with you, buds, beating Pat did not make him a face. I know that there is a growing amount of people that don't like Pat. I've not been a fan since day one, and a lot of you know that. But looking at like some of the stuff I see on social media, I think there are people that the honeymoon period for Pat has kind of come to an end, and I do see more and more people kind of saying that they're not fans of his. They don't think he's great on commentary. Blah 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 blah. Right? I'm not just saying that. I've just, seen a lot of the comments around his match with Gunther, and a lot of people saying that should have been a wrestler that got that opportunity. To be honest, I think it's a perfect storm, because I think Travis Scott getting involved at WrestleMania has resulted in a lot of people, and certainly Travis slapping Cody, and you had the whole eardrum situation, right? Which I'm still not convinced he did actually do his eardrum, but that was what was reported. But anyway, he hit him. That upset people. Then, of course, he came down at WrestleMania. Felt like we were going to get The Rock. We didn't. That upset people. And then you follow it up with Pat getting into a match when there was only 5. And I genuinely think that I saw a lot more anti-Pat sentiment than I had ever seen before. So you are correct in that I think there's been a little bit of movement there, but genuinely I don't think that was intended for him to be like a face turn. I don't think that was meant to be. I think it was meant to be that he was picking on the commentators, and we're meant to like the commentators, and we're meant to root for the commentators, and this was meant to be the heel out of control. And I genuinely think that is what that was meant to be. So I can't really say that was the start of the face turn. I do think, though, that what we've just seen feels like it's, certainly part of a face turn. Saying this to you is just a business, but this means so much more to me. That's a very face thing to say. Threatening to beat up Logan Paul is a very face thing to do, so I do agree with you there. That did feel quite face. But to be honest, I don't know. They're in a tricky position, because if Logan wins, then it'll be Logan against Gunther, and Gunther will be the face. But if Jey wins, it'll be Jey Gunther, and Gunther will be the heel. So I don't know that he's turned. I just think they're trying to make it clear that Gunther's facing whoever wins. If it's Jey, he's ready. If it's Logan, he's ready. Johnny said, this is our punishment for giving Logan his flowers. Do you know what? Yes, honestly, it is. It is. It is. If there are Logan haters out there, booing him, anything like that, certainly having praise for it. I mean, it's one of those where he came in, and rather than people going, you're rubbish, you suck, all that kind of stuff, there was a lot of, do you know what? I don't like him, but he is good. Got to give him his flowers. And I think, honestly, he kind of saw that and found a place that he was like, I could do this, I'm athletic. I did wrestling. I think he's probably been a fan of wrestling when he was young as well. He's like, I can do this. So, I think maybe if people had been a little more passive, dismissive, maybe if things hadn't been as successful, maybe he wouldn't have stuck around. Don't know. We'll never know. It's one of those. People have got a decision to make, haven't they? If you don't want him around, doing what that crowd just did is not the right way forward, honestly. Okay, so they're just showing us, this has been a big talking point, hasn't it? These two are facing now in the basketball. But if you go back to June of last year, they actually confronted on SmackDown. And that's been like a real social media talking point. Halliburton and the other man. A lot of the teams that are left in the basketball, I'm quite surprised at. You know, I looked the other day. I was really surprised to see that they. It's almost like we wrote it, says Triple H. Yeah, it's no Lakers through. No, I don't think the Celtics aren't through either, are they? A lot of teams I was looking at, and I was like, I don't really know any of these teams. Well, no, I don't know any of it. Oh, he's going to be on the show. Tyrese Halliburton on the show. Tony said, if you're bored on Saturday, would you... Well, I'm not. We've got Saturday night's main event. End of conversation. Right, we are backstage. There is Jey, and he's bumped into Paul Heyman. That was interesting, says Paul. Everyone says I betrayed Roman. Okay. You're going to fight Bron Breakker tonight. Bron Breakker's not looking for your title. You're all short term. This is interesting. Well, that's really interesting because the odds for Money in the Bank say that Bron Breakker is going to win Money in the Bank, right? He's the favourite. Avoid the coffee. But he just said that the long-term plan for the World Heavyweight Championship is Seth. That's the long-term plan. So, I don't know. Are we going to have Seth win that championship and Bron Breakker win Money in the Bank? That's hard to see, isn't it? That makes me think that Bron's not going to win Money in the Bank. And it makes me think that Bron's going to do everything he can to help Seth win that World Heavyweight Championship. And I don't think Money in the Bank comes into that. And I certainly don't think we would split these two up so soon as to have them have a match next year. Interesting. Because you could say, well, Seth could win it this year and Bron could cash in next year, but I don't see that. I feel like if we look at the Bloodline story, that was like 4 years. I don't think that we would separate these two that quickly. God, we know how slow Triple H is. Trust me, this group ain't breaking up until 2030. 2050. Winner Daze, how are you? Hello, Liam. Hope you're well. I've just been a bit quiet. Also, I'm doing some manager training at work. So I'm going to be a store manager soon. And I'm so excited. Better for me and my kids. Liam, shout out to you, my friends. Congrats. I hope that goes very, very well for you. You are going to enter a world of health and safety. Enter a world of flipping rota management and visits. And I wish you all the very best, my friends. Right. First match then. This is the tag match. So we are moving on from Logan and Gunther. We're going into AJ and Penta versus Judgment Day. Daze, I was going to say, would you rather stream AEW or Grimm's McDouble or nothing? Please respond. Well, neither. We're doing Saturday night's main event. That is Saturday. We will be live for that, and we will be starting early as well. We always start a few hours before so we can throw a few thoughts around, talk about the news of the day, and get stuck into a few bits and bobs as we always do. That was a lovely kick there by AJ. Very good. Tag being made. Penta coming in. AKF said, Daze, what if Bron wins Money in the Bank? Gives it to Seth. I don't know how that works, to be honest. I mean, doesn't the contract, does it? Have we ever seen that? Have we ever seen someone gifting the Money in the Bank over? From a legal point of view, I don't know how that flies. Penta throwing JD to the outside. AJ throwing Finn to the outside. Okay, commercial break coming up. Daze, you should tell the stream about your new Hooters hire prospect that I've sent you, says Corey. Well, I'm just ready for Hogan to purchase Hooters, and then it's all go, my friend. As soon as the deal comes through, I'm out of here. Another big chop coming in, but they're staying with the. I think we're at commercial break, but we're staying with the action. With and it's not slowed down either. Penta chopping away on JD. Oh, heavy kick. That was loud. And now we're doing a little walk there by Penta. He's got him over against the ropes. I guess it's whoever has the case and signs the contract inside, said Geordie. Well, I don't know, honestly. I don't know if it doesn't say the holder of this contract can cash it. I don't know if it's actually got their name and signature on it. The contract is in the briefcase. I don't know that they ever have to sign it. Is it just that if you have the briefcase, have the contract, you are the Money in the Bank holder? Can it just be passed out? If it's got Bron's name on, then no. I mean, it's in his name, isn't it? But I'm trying to think if I've ever seen them actually sign the contract, and I can't recall ever seeing it. Mackenzie said, remember when Brock didn't know the rules of Money in the Bank? Yes. I don't know where we are, though, because obviously that was a while ago, and plus also things have changed, haven't they? We've got a whole new company, TKO. Whole new booker in Triple H. It's an interesting question. Didn't someone lose their briefcase opportunity in a match? Yeah, we've done that. Oh, Carlito coming in. But again, if you do it in a match where the contract changes hands, then you obviously can change the contract inside, can't you? And it would be official from WWE. But what about handing the contract over to someone? And WWE have not agreed to that. They've not signed that off. If it's done, if you put the Money in the Bank briefcase on the line in a match, then of course, and it's official, the winner of the match will have the contract amended to their name by WWE. But if you just hand it over, then there's, do you know what I mean? A good crowd, actually. They were vocal during that Logan thing, but they're really vocal right now as well. Where are we tonight? It's a good crowd. We're going to come back. They're going to be hot. Nine Dot Holiday said Halliburton is going to get in the ladies' Money in the Bank match. Daze would rather let Austin fist him. I thought he said fight him. Than watch AEW. To be honest, James, that happens anyway. Balor comes over. So right now, Judgment Day are in control. But that was good noise from this crowd. Good noise. Can the briefcase expire? Yeah, you've only got 12 months. You've only got until the next show. Alex said, happy May 19th, the release date of See No Evil. Remember that? Yes. That's a deep cut, isn't it, with Kane? Shot coming in there by Penta. WWE needs to stop giving the briefcase to top stars, said AB WWE fan. I miss when the briefcase was an opportunity. I think a lot of people are in the same boat with that. Right now, we got Penta in the corner. JD coming over. Shots coming into the back. There's been a good pace to this, and the crowd have been really good. That was reversed into a crossbody there by Penta. In comes Finn. And he looks over at AJ. Bullet Club mention. Finn Balor just gesturing to the crowds. It's good crowds. 1, 2, kick out. Finn just has that punchable face, said heel face. Final Boomer said, too many PLEs, not enough time to build anything. I'm pretty sure the wrong wrestlers will win Money in the Bank, said Final Boomer. Where's Jack Tunney to make a decision about gifting Money in the Bank, said Sean, like he did with Andre giving the title to $1 Million Man. Well, he didn't allow that. So I wonder if he wouldn't allow Money in the Bank to be gifted. AJ in, shots coming in, another kick there, back fist, boom! Lovely sequence. That's a great sequence from AJ. AJ back on his feet. Balor over in the corner. AJ collides him, grabs Balor on the shoulders. Balor raking of the eyes. Tag being made. Round the back. Oh, going for the calf crusher. He's going to get it. Calf crusher is in. Yeah, calf crusher in. Oh! JD accidentally splashing Finn. Oh my God, you silly boomer. Picks him up. Oh, face first. 1, 2. Oh, wonderful kick out. Wonderful kick out. That's great. Look at that. Yeah, he almost had him. Do you know, I was just thinking, we've really wasted JD since his return. But that kick out was great. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. JD charging over, goes under that bottom rope. Shot coming in there by AJ. Moonsault in. Yeah, just missed that. He loves to do that moonsault into the inverted DDT, but he couldn't quite get that inverted DDT. God, there's a dude in the crowd that's wearing an Uncle Howdy mask, an old one, and he's got quite a size to him, you know. Did you see that guy in the corner? I don't normally point out people that wear like fiend masks or anything. It happens a lot. But it was more the size of the guy, honestly. He looked good. Get him in there. Get him in there. He could be our Bo replacement. If Bo's injured, we'll just get this dude in instead. Dr. Pina said, fact, my new book, 3Ds, is out. It's about Daze facing the Dudleys at a TLC match, aka testicle licking competition. My favourite book, said Casey Anthony. Thank you, my friend. 3Ds. TLC. Is anyone else just going to think about testicle licking competition now whenever they hear TLC? I'm glad it's not DLC. To be honest, TLC is a bit of a problem, but DLC. Daze, when do we see Jacob solo match happening? Well, I mean, they're building to it, aren't they? They're building to it. I don't know if it's not going to be around SummerSlam. We're going to need big matches then. There was rumours that it was going to be at WrestleMania, so perhaps they've just pushed it back till the summer. Hannah said, interesting point, as Vince was willing to shake things up a lot. 20 years ago, he said it's time to shake things up again with a month-long draft. But let's hope that Triple H takes more shocks to WWE. Yeah. I do think he plays it very safe. I do think that he slow burns. And I do think there's a place for that, honestly. But I do think you have to mix it in with some OMG moments, shock moments. Triple H will say that he has done that, but I think the general consensus is he has not done that enough or effective enough. Face first into the corner. Shot coming in there by Finn. BB Yipsy said, speaking of size, I just want to let you know I've lost 80 pounds, 80 plus pounds from a very tight 2XL shirt to a decent fitting medium. Have not been this light since the 1990s. Congrats, buds. Congrats. Do the work. Get the result. Let's go. Love that. Yeah, I bet that's very rewarding. I bet it's a constant battle, though, isn't it? Because obviously, normally it's bad habits that can get you into like those kinds of situations. It's about changing habits, and changing habits is really difficult. But apparently, humans are like creatures of habit. You just tend to do the same things. So a lot of people have routines, isn't it? I've got a bit of a routine, a weekly routine. I know exactly what I've got to do when in the week because I do a lot of the same things again and again and again. I'm kind of in that same boat. So to change that is hard. So it seems like you've done exactly that and got the result. Double clothesline. We're back from commercial break. 9. Holiday said Triple H got my dong stuck in the peanut butter again. Oh, I thought you said Triple H, but instead it was, But I thought you meant Triple H had come round your house, grabbed a hold of your dong, popped it in the peanut butter, and then you couldn't get it back out again. Crossbody there by Penta. And to be honest with you, if that had happened, it's a hell of a story. It's a hell of a story. Oh, do you remember that time when Triple H came round? How could I forget? How could I forget? I still can't have peanut butter and jelly sandwiches without crying. Oh, lovely kick there by Penta. Penta going over, middle rope, clothesline, down goes Finn. Very charismatic, isn't he? He'll hit. That didn't. I never know if that goes right. It's kind of like a Spanish fly there, but who got the better of that? I don't think anyone got the better of it. Here we go. We got Finn going up. And, went for coup de grace. Couldn't get it. Kick to the midsection there by Penta. Another kick as well. Step up in Zaguri. Finn Balor goes down. This match is getting time, isn't it? This match is so long. I don't know that I've ever watched any other match. Mate, there's a dude in the front row that looks like Rolf Harris. Maybe it is Rolf Harris. Time a kangaroo down, sport. Time a kangaroo down. Boom, kick out. I hope everyone is doing well tonight, said Stone Cold Fella. Thank you, Stone Cold Fella. I believe we are. We've had 6 minutes of commercials, said Metal Mark. Really? Super kick there by Penta. Finn Balor going down. Penta on the outside, climbing up. Might be about to put this away. Referee. Oh, there's a chair. Carlito getting involved. Top rope enziguri. AJ, where'd AJ gone? I don't feel like I've seen AJ in ages. JD through the ropes. Crowd is still really into this. Mexican Destroyer! Yes! So good! Mexican Destroyer. Oh, Grande Americano! Headbutt. Headbutt by Grande. Penta down. Penta down. Grande Americano. Penta's got an Americano problem. Here we go. Coup de grace. He's going to put him away. Boom. Connects. Balor. 1, 2, 3. Judgment Day win. Judgment Day win. Oh my God. So exciting. I froze. That's how exciting it is. We are so back. We might have stepped out for a second. I just hit the old refresh and we are back. Let's get the match scores. What did people think about that opening tag team contest? All time great. Good. Boom. Okay, we are backstage with Kathy and Io. It's worth keeping an eye on the background, isn't it? Oh, here's Becky. She had her legs spread apart again, Kathy, so that she was lower. Did you see her there? So she has her legs spread so she can get lower down. And then as soon as Becky came in, she kind of she has to stand up straight to walk away. Becky just having a few words with Io. She's done that a lot. She has to keep taking her shoes off and flipping. Oh, hello. Who was that? Was that JD? Someone just kind of walked almost in shot there. Okay, here's Big Time. Big Time. Here's Becky Hogan. We got the emotes. It is awesome. It is the best emote. Daze, I think Seth wins Money in the Bank this year because them having a world title match, the Raw after Money in the Bank is really fishy to me, said AKF. Nine Dot Holiday said Becky is so fire. I didn't know where Daze was going with that sentence, said Dr. What about Kathy having her leg spreads? Yeah, nothing dirty. Just she does it so that she can get a bit lower down. Because she's taller than a lot of the wrestlers. This is why Kayla Braxton was so good. She was really short, so she made the wrestlers look so big. Becky has made her way down. Brando said, time for a toilet break. Yeah, there are a few people that aren't crazy about Big Time, but Big Time is here. Big Time. Whoa. Matt Pete said, Daze, you are the Temperv leader. I'm not the one that keeps dragging us back to dongs. Here's Natalia. What's happening? Oh, yeah, it's the triple threat. I was like, what's going on? I thought it was a promo. So, Natalia, so is this the one that's got Carrion? The Natalia looking very Natalia. Natalia's just looking lovely, isn't she? And very Natalia. She's not looking like the edgy badass that she's been recently in Bloodsport or NWA. We need that in Natalia. Slightly different ring gear, though, for her. We're embracing, what, denim? Lee said, should we be worried that Penta is on a losing streak? Why are they doing this to him? No, I don't think we should be worried. I think there's a little bit of a problem in the sense of they don't have a plan or a desire for him to be a mid-card champion. And actually, I think the longer-term situation is to put him with Rey Fenix. I think they do want the Lucha Bros, so I think long-term, it's let's get him into the tag division with Phoenix. Short term, I don't think they're looking at him beating Dom or being the Intercontinental Champion. And I think they just want to do a bit of a feud with Grande. No, we shouldn't be worried because with the fact we've bought AAA, I think it means that Penta, Rey, Phoenix, Dragon Lee, these are really important people because we'll obviously... Oh, hello, is it Roxanne? It's not Kyrie. Am I all confused? Which one is Kyrie? And then she's with Zoe and Rhea, is she? Yeah, no, I just think they're telling a story, aren't they? How if he was losing clean all the time, I would say yes, but it's all because of Grande getting involved. It's just a story. Daze, wouldn't it be nice if Natalia won? Yeah, it would be nice. Like, for once, she got the push that she deserves, said Opala. That would be nice. Roxanne is so tiny, I find it hard to see her as a threat, said Scottish Nightmare. There's been no mention of Natalia competing for NWA, says Jim. Well, that's a good point. It'll be interesting to hear if they mention it on commentary during the match. Okay, we're backstage. There's Logan. Here's Seth. Logan says he wants to go home. Now let him go. Jay's going to get hurt tonight. He won't be 100% on Saturday. The odds are in your favour. If you get past Jay, and if you get past Gunther, I'll be waiting. Maybe we run it back from WrestleMania a few years ago. I mean, I don't think it will happen, but how much of a backlash do you think there would be if they gave Logan that title? Grayson in the background talking to the New Day. Right. Yeah, I wonder how much of a backlash there would be. I'm starting to wonder if it would actually be as big as I initially thought. Because this feels more like a show where he's actually being weaved into stories. Rather than it being, oh, Logan's on the show, he's going to do a promo. We're seeing a lot more, you know, him being actually brought into stories like a normal wrestler would, you know? Okay, people really enjoyed that opening match. People really enjoyed. You gave that great 57, you know. Really enjoyed that. The segments where WWE is attempting to sell the idea of Logan versus the people Jey will face down the line are unpleasant. They are terrible, said LSW. I like him being weaved in, said Mayor Pete. Was fun watching Seth play himself in the BET episode. Bet episode, said Duron. Doc Holiday said a new signee doesn't get her entrance. It's dumb, said 9. Holiday. There'd be a 100% backlash, said Beast Modes. Well, yeah, there would be a backlash. I can't gauge. I can't gauge how much of a backlash. Breaking news, Natty for the dub, said Nick. This is actually a good match for Roxanne. It's great experience, said Made by Dawn. There's maybe a chance she wins, honestly. Obviously, the logical favourite would be Becky, but I think Becky's got a few other things on her plate. I wouldn't be shocked if Lyra gets involved here or Bayley gets involved. They might want to save that for Money in the Bank, though. They might want to have it so that Becky goes and then they get involved there, but we could have a little distraction. We could have something here which allows Roxanne to get the victory. I don't think it'll be Natalya. Trini said, Logan did say in an interview that he's made it plain to WWE. He's available to work more shows and matches. He wants to work more so that people won't keep telling him that he's part-time. I think that would help, but honestly, the problems that he's got are problems that he can't really overcome. The problems that he's got are to do with the Crypto Zoo stuff. They're to do with just his general behavior. They're to do with the forest in Japan. Do you know what I mean? Like, the heat for him is real heat. It's not... It's hard. I mean, people are saying that he's just a part-timer, he doesn't really wrestle. I mean, it's good that he would want to address that, but how's he going to address the fact that he skipped NXT and he skipped, like, going through the same process that wrestlers have because he's a celebrity, you know? Boom, take over there by Becky. Kick coming in there by Roxanne. The one thing I will say about him, I remember saying this at the start, is at least he does bring some sort of background in the sense of I've seen him having boxing matches. I've seen him in there with Mayweather. He's had some boxing matches with KSI, which doesn't mean loads, but it's better than being a singer. Like, at least I know that he's got some sort of boxing ability. I know he did wrestling at high school. Again, doesn't mean loads, but you know, you are really looking for crumbs when it comes to anything with Logan. Duck underneath, against the ropes, under that bottom rope. I don't know, what the hell are we doing? Oh, right. That's where we were going. There was people getting in the ring, people getting out the ring, people going under the bottom rope. We're like, what are we doing? But we were trying to get into position for a Roxanne suicide dive. That's what we were trying to do. And do you know what? We flipping did it as well. We made it. We got there. Well done us. Well done, everyone. The amount of Natalya's failed attempts at the sharpshooter is worrisome, says Nick. Daze, if WWE puts the world title on Logan, said Sean, I think it would be viewed as a major error. Much like WCW putting the title on David Arquette. While Logan is good in the ring, he's a bad guy in real life. I agree. The difference, though, is that I don't know that David Arquette was not very athletic. He was an actor. He was someone that fluked his way to the title. He was clearly not someone that could hold his own in a singles match, yeah? Logan is someone that also has to do a bit of cheating with breast knucks and whatever, but he is quite tall, he is quite muscular, he's quite athletic, he's young, he's about, 29? He's got a bit of boxing background, he's got a bit of whatever background. I would say there are enough differences between him and Arquette. The other difference as well, Arquette was, an actor, whereas Logan, he does YouTube, but his YouTube is really just a journey. It's like a vlog of his life, isn't it? He does YouTube and whatever, but it's not like he's a YouTuber that does, I don't flipping know, whatever YouTubers do. Where he's got, content where he's just like doing commentary of, the big YouTube dramas. He's someone that does a lot of vlogs, he's been doing a lot of behind the scenes videos in WWE. Like, he's like a YouTuber that's documenting behind the scenes in WWE at the moment. So he is a YouTuber, but it's a YouTube channel that's being more and more involved in WWE more and more. I'm not trying to make excuses for him. I'm just trying to say there are big differences between him and David Arquette as well. I think the fact that he said he wants to do more full-time and be a wrestler, I think he wants to be a wrestler. I will not be shocked if in 5 years Logan is still competing in WWE. That won't shock me, because if he, is enjoying it and whatever, he could totally commit himself to it. And WWE can kick the can down the road of not making him world champion right now, but how long can you do that for? That's the problem. Someone like Logan that's bringing a lot of attention and a lot of views, a lot of social media impressions, and I think WWE want to keep him around. At some point he's going to be like, I'm going to go. I'm not getting anywhere. I just feel like I'm spinning my wheels and wasting my time. If I'm not going to get a world title run, this might not be for me. And honestly, at that point, what did WWE do? What do they do? Do they put the belt on him? Do they give him a run? I think the first world title run he has is going to be controversial. The second one won't. The third one won't. Well, it'll be diminishing returns. If he wins the world title for a fifth time, it ain't going to offend people like the first time did. Nice discus clothesline there by Natalya. It's this first one that's the big deal. Like most things, like the sponsors in a ring, the first sponsor on the ring mat was going to be a big deal. The ones that are followed, not so much. She's trying to get a double sharpshooter on. So, did WWE put the belt on him in the near future, get the bad press, go through that, and then that's it? They're through it. Second time won't matter. It just doesn't matter anymore. I don't know. I think these are the kind of thoughts they're going to have. I think it's going to be so hard to keep him away from the title, because I just don't think he's going to be willing to be away from the title. And he might end up walking away, which would be great for us. But that WWE has sold its soul. WWE cares about money, revenue, impressions, reach. Pop rocks, no joy. Manhandle slam, but it was not brilliant too. And a save is made by Natalya. Not giving Logan a world title yet, but they did Ronda in less than a year. So it's sexist to me. I'm not being serious, by the way, said Austin. I'm glad you put that. People were probably sharpening their knives there. I think Logan's first title defense should be against a very hungry lion in a Hell in a Cell. I don't even think that should be his first title defense. That should just be his next match. Lion's Den match with an actual lion. Shots coming in by not a baby cub. Full grown flipping. Let's go. Against the ropes again goes Becky. Natalya comes over. Natalya with Becky, hurling her into the corner. Roxanne is popping up. We've done an hour of Raw so far, as Roxanne's going to go for Pop Rocks. She She pops rocks Natalya. Natalya ends up throwing... I'm not a fan of those spots. There's a smattering of applause. It's a pop rock suplex combo. These are the kind of spots you get in these matches, to be honest. Crowd are chanting for Roxy. If he was to grind full time, I could see the newer fans accepting it easier than the older fans, said Sean. But WWE and TKO will do what they think is going to make money above it. Ain't that the truth, mate? Ain't that the flipping truth? Completely agree. Whatever, I mean, listen, if Logan becomes the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, that's getting social media views, isn't it? I mean, the only way I think we prevent it from happening is if the fans make it clear they don't want it. That's it. If the fans don't watch his segments, don't engage with his segments, don't, you know, if the fans are booing him out the building, all of that, that's heat. I think that it's got to be silence. It's got to be him in the ring with absolute silence. But WWE fans aren't going to be thinking that way, are they? They're going to be thinking, I don't like this guy, I'm going to boo him. And WWE can work with that. Oh, I don't like this guy, let's put him in there with Gunther. Oh, I'd love to see that match because he'll get battered. Again, that's exactly what WWE want. Becky gets driven into Roxanne. Boo! 1, 2. Kick out there by Becky. Kick out by Becky. Natalya coming over, throwing in a big shot. And again, Natalya trying to climb up. She's looking for a superplex. Gets it. Lovely work there by Natalya. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Roxanne. She's got Roxanne, dragging her over, looking for this sharpshooter. She's trying to get the sharpshooter in, turns her over, it's in! Sharpshooter's in! Roxanne in trouble! Surely Becky's going to save the day. I don't know where Becky... There she is. There she is. Boom. Bulldog. Looking for a disarmer. Roll up there by Natalya. No, kick out. Discus clothesline is so good. That's a classic Natalya move. Takes down Roxanne. She's trying to get this sharpshooter on. We are trying to make Natalya look a bit more competitive here, which I like. I think the girls will always work hard to make Natalya look good. Oh, double sharpshooter! Right against the ropes, though. It's bad positioning. Right by the ropes. Just grab the ropes. It's right there. Grab the rope. Becky grabs the rope. Dragging her back over. Nice reversal. Becky to the outside. Right now. Becky back in. She's going to manhandle her down. There's Lyra. There's Lyra. Lyra's here. Lyra. Becky into the sides. Lyra unloading on Becky. And they're probably going to fight. I don't know. Is Becky going to be able to get it done with Lyra out there? I don't think so. All eyes on Roxanne. All eyes on Roxanne. Lyra looks like she's come from the flipping club. Pop rocks! Pop 1, 2, 3! Roxanne gets it! Roxanne gets it! Becky and Lyra fighting in the entranceway. And, into the barricades goes. They're still fighting. It's pretty big news that Becky won't be in Money in the Bank, but Roxanne Perez will be. Is it too early for her to win it, though? Probably. She will get world titles, though. Don't know if it'll be now, but she is going to be a multiple-time world champion. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Her music sucks, doesn't it, actually? This, like, remix theme sucks. Let's get a poll going, shall we, as to what you thought about that match. We're backstage with Jey. Here's Sammy. Big cheer for Sammy. Don't worry about Seth, Bron. I'm going to take care of that Saturday for you. Okay, so he said, look, I got this for you. Don't worry about that. There's Kyrie. Kyrie Sane. Go on, Kyrie. Zoe, not much of a reaction for Zoe. There's Mommy. Yeah, not much reaction for Zoe, but why would there be, to be honest? Days since Tiffy won Money in the Bank last year, and she is the SmackDown star. Do we think that a Raw star wins it this year? No, I don't think there's any correlation with that. I don't think that makes a difference. Here's Sheamus. It's going to be Sheamus against Grayson Waller. I wonder if he was talking to New Day because of this match. Okay, so Sheamus making his way down. Fella! What's the story between you and Kathy Kelly on Twitter? Is everything all right between you now? There is no story. I just once found out years ago that... I can't even remember how I found it out, honestly. I just found out she had blocked me years ago. I'm talking like 20... Oh, this wasn't even when she came back. This was the first time she was with the company. I never tag wrestlers in things that I type. I'm not interested in them seeing things that I say. I mean, I talk to you lot about wrestling. I don't talk to the wrestlers. So I never tagged her in anything. I don't even remember talking about her. It's a bit like what we do now. I mean, we talk a lot about wrestlers. I think they need to improve this. I think they're struggling with that. Like, we talk all the time. Oh, that's all I've ever done. And, ages ago, I found out, 2019, something like this, she had blocked me. But my old account was shut down because of sharing links to these streams. Twitter thought I was sharing links to the shows. I wasn't. They were to these streams. And you tried to appeal that. It's a flipping nightmare. It was a nightmare. So I had to start a new account. And, I don't know. Everything's fine. She follows... Well, she doesn't follow me, but... she is on this... I can view what she tweets and everything. I'm not blocked. So I don't know if I had said something in the past that maybe upset her, or if it was the wrong identity, or I have absolutely no idea. There was another one like that as well. The only other one I can remember is Adam Pearce. I was blocked by Adam Pearce, and I only found that out when I was doing Unseen, and I started trying to see what everyone was, like, all the wrestlers were talking about. So I went to his account, and I was blocked, and I was like, I've never done anything. I've never said anything. I can only imagine that there was a tweet that I put out, or there was something that I've said that's obviously they've not liked. It's the only thing I can think. But no, since Unseen, I mean, he unblocked me, and there's no issues. That's the downside, really, of what we do. Honestly, if I'm going to be honest, I mean, I talk honestly. I mean, I don't say anything that I don't believe. So, I mean, if we talk about someone and we say, like, that show was rubbish, or this person needs to work on this, or whatever, you know, if they catch that, if they hear about us criticizing, I mean, I'd like to think it's always constructive. You know, that could hurt someone's feelings. You could maybe end up getting blocked. I don't know. So there's not much of a story, to be honest. That's as juicy as that gets. Right, we was at commercial break. Daze catching heat with Kathy Kelly and Adam Pearce. Well, I did. Well, I didn't catch heat. I just got blocked with them at one point, but now I'm not blocked by either. To my knowledge, there's no wrestlers that have me blocked. Because I try to follow them for Unseen to see what they're saying, so I'm not aware of any. So as of right now, I think I'm all good with the wrestlers. We're just looking back. I don't know why we're looking back at 2012. I do like us doing this, though. Yeah, he went really far with this beatdown. Some, wasn't that JR barbecue sauce? Natalia blocked me on Twitter because I said that she was boring, and I wish they would add character to her besides her being a cat lady, said Trini. Well, at least you can pinpoint what you said. James said, I desperately tried to get blocked by Ryback, but it never works. Days Raw has been solid, but we had the opening promo, then a tag match, the women's threat, now this match, some brief backstage interview or confrontation, just very little talking points. Yeah, I get that. I understand that the show's been okay. Okay, I mean, are we only showing that so that we can talk about it? I don't really get why that was shown. Okay, here's Akira. So Akira's going to face Rusev. Chad said it'll be nice to see Alpha Academy put down for goods. What about me, Adam? Ivy wants a qualifying match. Here's New Day. Ivy looks great, doesn't she, actually? Respect. God, I wish she was just a bit taller. It smells like a midlife crisis in here, says New Day. Well, there we go. Adam Pearce having a bit of a nightmare as we go over to our next match. This is going to be Grayson Waller against Sheamus. Little, what we've seen here, look, Grayson trying to throw in some kicks. I like this from Grayson. Grayson he's trying to use a bit of range work. Gets caught. Duck underneath. Slap. Okay. Then he gets out the ring very, very quickly. Regroup. Back in the ring. I like this early part of this match by Grayson. Grayson managing to grab a headlock against the ropes, though, over the other side. Sheamus. Ooh. Grayson again. Trying to find a way of getting round the back. Headlock. Headlock there by Waller. Let's go, Sheamus. Obviously, there was that great message that Grayson put out. Against the ropes. The clip about South Park and gingivitis. Ending the gingivitis. Back in the corner. Grayson has got a cook here, said Rare Breeds. Well, I like the. I think it's a real shame that the commentators did not draw any flipping attention to what Grayson was doing. I think what Grayson did at the start of this was different. You know, normally you see people locking up, whatever, but he was there trying to throw out kicks, trying to stay away, like trying to be evasive. And it was a different start there, but now we've kind of settled down into a bit more of a standard match. Sheamus keeping Grayson down, but they get up. Back in the corner. Austin Theory on the outsides. Jessica Carr counting away. Sheamus's creative is pretty much to have a couple of hard-hitting matches on weekly shows and then miss PLEs and then not be used for a few months. Rinse and repeat. Shot there by Grayson. Yeah, Grayson does need to look. I mean, the story of this match is... Oh, slap down he goes. Story of this match is that he's struggling to hang with Sheamus. Grayson's doing as much as he can in this situation, but Sheamus looks over to the crowd. Sheamus grabbing Grayson, hurls him. Grayson over the other side. Sheamus comes in, looking to hurl Grayson again. Sheamus taking a few deep breaths here. Clothesline to the outsides. I mean, look, honestly, at the moment, is this maximizing your minutes? Sheamus coming over. Here's Theory. Sheamus goes into the ring posts, goes into the timekeeps area. I just don't feel like Sheamus is moving very well. A lot of his movement seems quite laboured, seems a bit slow. I think he's lost some athleticism. I think he's lost some explosiveness. He doesn't... I don't know. I don't know if he's carrying some knocks or some injuries, but... There's not really much pace here. There's not much explosiveness. It's just a little flat. I think Grayson did what he could do in the early stages. You know, trying to look scared, trying to evade, trying to throw out a few kicks. Then there was a little bit of wrestling. Right now, thanks to a slight distraction from Theory, Grayson is in control. Elbow there. I'm surprised Grayson hasn't worked the crowd a little bit more. We've seen Sheamus do that. Elbow there by Grayson, and again. Elbows coming down to the side of their heads. Going for the cover. Kick out. Right now, we've got kick coming in there by Grayson. Sheamus over in the corner. Uppercut coming in. Another uppercut, European uppercut. They're exchanging uppercuts. A. Jobson said, no offense to Grayson and Theory, but they got to take this year by storm if they want to survive post-Mania cuts. Feels like we're getting less and less out of them. I mean, I don't know what they can do if they're not getting onto TV. I mean, creative have got to give them the TV time for them to be able to maximize the TV time. Like, this is an opportunity. But at the moment, honestly, out of the two of them, I'm looking at Sheamus as being the one that's not giving me as much as I'd be looking for. Knee there by Grayson. Grayson is over in the corner. He's looking for a superplex. He's going for it. Shot coming into the midsection there by Grayson. Looking for that big... And he gets it. He gets the superplex. Grayson going for the pin. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Sheamus. So far, for me, Andrade's return has been a failure. Miro's story needs to elevate past the likes of Alpha Academy. Aleister Black has a story and momentum, though, so far. Kick out. It's quite slow at the moment, but we are at commercial break. To be fair, I think Sheamus is still near the top of his game when he's on television and he's headed onto the best creative he's had in some time. A feud with Rusev, said LS Dub. Shot coming in again there by Sheamus. 9. Holiday said, I'm getting ads in the US for some custom Daze condoms. Well, you know our slogan. They're coming. Okay, we're about to go back from the commercial break. Sheamus down in the corner. Grayson getting back up to his feet. Crowd are chanting for Theory out of nowhere. Look at Theory on the outside. Theory's like, you should be cheering this guy over here. Austin Theory chants. Uppercut there by Grayson. Theory's like, oh, another big chop coming in there by Grayson. Yeah. Let's see. Another big chop coming in. And again, throwing in these blows by Grayson. Sheamus is like, come on. He grabs him. Here we go. Bang. This is where Sheamus shines. Throwing in these kind of chops. And again. Oh, look at Theory. Theory on the outside. Oh, Jesus. Wouldn't want to be that guy. Right now, he's got Grayson over the other side. Grayson, ooh, manages to kick Sheamus down. Sheamus goes down. So Grayson goes to the outside. I think he's done. He's walking up the entranceway. Oh, no. We're getting in. He's going to roll through. Oh, boom. That's nice. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Sheamus. Look at the presentation of that move. Did you see that we used the camera on the outsides? So as he went through the ropes and rolled through to hit it, we actually stayed with the camera outside the ring. You could do that going forwards. That was a very interesting way of presenting that move. It's very much like when John runs down to the ring and then Slight gets in the ring. Oh, big knee. Sheamus with a big knee. Grayson Waller's convulsing in the background. Theory on the outside. Why does Theory's hair look so flat and it looks like he's been caught in the rain? Right now we got Sheamus coming over, colliding, boom, into Grayson, scooping him up. He's got him up, plants him down. Let's get rid of this poll for that triple threat match. Big Time versus Natalya versus Roxy. He's got him up. Oh, that's quite a nice submission hold, you know. That's quite a nice submission hold to actually have them by the neck and have their body weight dangling behind. You could use that as a top submission hold. The Dublin Smile. Big boot there by Grayson. We're clearly building to Theory Waller as a Raw main event in 2028, said JB. It is. We've just got to have more patience. You lot are so desperate for the Wyatt Six to come back this year, but I don't know why you just don't have more patience. We're going to bring them back, but it'll be 2027 when they come back. Here we go, on the shoulders. So it was Grayson that was trying to do 10 beats of a Batteren. But, Off that rope? Jesus. I didn't think he was going to get caught on the rope. I thought he was going to get planted on the edge of the ring. But he gets dropped down onto that rope. Now he's in position for the 10 beats. His chest is pretty raw as it is, you know. The Grayson Waller photo after is going to look brutal in it. You know, him in the locker room with his chest on fire. We didn't even get one beat. Yeah, Grayson's done now. I'm out of here. That would be the wise thing to do, honestly. Whoa, Theory. You're not done. You're not done. We don't quit. Ah, he gets caught by Shay. Oh, no. Straight into Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. Theory was like, we don't quit. Grayson was like, I'm done. And then he gets caught in 10 beats of the battering. Oh, my God. And Theory's laughing. He's like, oh, dear. It's a love-hate relationship those two have got. Very much a love-hate relationship. Here we go. Brogue, locked and loaded. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Well, do you know, by the end of it, it was pretty fun. I think all the extra garnish of Theory and Grayson trying to walk away and all that, I think that really added to the enjoyment of that match. R-Truth for champ sign in the crowds. That's the end of the punishment, said Jennifer. Okay. Daze, I think the fans genuinely have the ability to get Theory out of the funkism by cheering him on. WWE will move quicker with him. Yep. I don't think what he's wearing is quite right, though, to be honest. Looking at the gear is in there. Bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Right, Sheamus is out of shape, said Core Mega 85. Do you know, there's something not right about him. I can't tell what it is. I don't know if he's just a bit out of shape, which is wild, considering he's got these Celtic workouts. But I don't know if he's carrying an injury, or I just didn't find that he was moving with the same fluidity that we've seen before. Sheamus picks up the win. Rank B-, said Blue Will Sonic. Jay said, I've got no idea what's happening. Daze, when are we splitting A-Town down? I don't know. We've been waiting for ages, but... Here's Tyrese Halliburton. We're round his house. Oh, God. Tyrese Halliburton's in the game. Two-time NBA All-Star. Yeah, it is what it is. No NBA slander, says Brony. Why him? Because, why not? Why not? It's just a way of getting more celebrities. I mean, he's kind of celebrity, not a celebrity. He's a basketball star. He's a sports personality, but he's not a sports personality that's bringing any fighting skill, is he? It would make more sense if it was a UFC fighter, honestly. It would make more sense, certainly with TKO and having UFC. I'm surprised they've not done that. But honestly, I don't know if UFC stars are as big. I'd imagine Tyrese Halliburton is maybe a bigger name than John Jones. I don't know. Sheamus has got spinal cirrhosis and is over 35. He deserves that IC title run and then let him retire if he wants. Make him someone who has held every title. So he's got spinal stenosis. Could it be that? I don't know how long he's had that or how that shows itself. Could it be that? Could it be that he's just, I don't know, going through a bit of a flare-up, or I don't really know how that works. I only block people online if they're being cheeky or creepy, or they've said something that upsets me. I try to be tolerant, says Liam. That's good. I wonder if adding this basketball player is a way to sneak in some AEW moves. What does that mean? What does that mean? Tony said, I agree. People like JD get blocked by many wrestlers for talking their mouth. These people who say they're tough online does not make them tough. It makes them look like a fool. I don't know. It depends what you're saying, doesn't it? I mean, there are clearly lines where I'd like to think that when we talk from a constructive, like, this is where they need to improve. This is where the problems are. I think they've got to do more, or creative's got to do more for them, blah, 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 blah. But then equally, there are times where that line can be crossed and it can become just personal insults. I'm not saying that that's what JD has done. I don't follow JD, but I can understand why, there's a line. Trolling is a thing, isn't it? You suck is not very constructive. I don't think we're guilty of that. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen, you think that we do these streams and clips of these streams get shared around. I put up reaction clips myself, and there's other little bits that are kind of floating around that come out of these streams. We're on a very public platform of YouTube, and, there's a lot of stuff that gets said. I mean, we do 2 hours before the stream. The fact that I can still sit here and say that no wrestlers have me blocked, I think is positive, honestly. I take that as a positive. I also take it as a fact no one knows that we exist. I'm all right with that. Trust me, that's fine. I do think you run the risk of getting a bit corrupted if you get too close. I mean, we've got a nice distance, honestly, where we can be honest. But, I mean, if you're going to these events and meeting up with wrestlers and stuff like that, can you be honest? Can you tell? Can you say things as you actually see them, or are you going to have a bit of a bias? So I'm quite happy being on the outside looking in. Oh, hello, here's Seth. Seth's had a word with Logan. He's having a little word with Gunther now. I'm still looking in the background. It's been a while, said Seth. I just want to let you know. The work that you did with my World Heavyweight Championship was pretty good. For a visionary, you're pretty short-sighted. I'm the future around here. Yeah. You'll be treated no different if you find yourself as world champion. You will be a target. Please. I'm eagerly awaiting it. If I am going to be a target, then I am eagerly awaiting it. Gunther making it very clear he is not bothered, mate. Good. Good. Let's go. Let's go, Queens. Hey, talking of Queens. Here's Rhea. Right, let's get rid of the poll. Oh, look at my life, look at my life. Okay, so that last match. Sheamus versus Grayson, you lot said was good 94. Good 94. So our opening match was great 57. It was fun. I might have been like good 100, something like that, good 99. I don't know if I would have got into great personally, but it was pretty fun. Easily the best match so far. Then the triple threat, good 92. That last match, good 94. So we could probably do with a bit of a banger here. Hopefully we get that. Looks like it is going to be Jey against... it looks like it is going to be Jey against Bron as our main event tonight. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. King Yeti, really appreciate this. I need to press play on my... Thank you, King Yeti. You are the man. I just need that recorded with the amount of support that King Yeti shows. We've got a tag team members game tomorrow. We've got a faction game on Wednesday, and we've got a members stream on Thursday. I'm actually starting to wonder, and I'm not going to do anything without checking it with the members first, but I'm starting to wonder whether we should switch that order around. I think it makes so much more sense to do the members stream tomorrow. We won't be doing that tomorrow, but it makes sense in the future to do it on a Tuesday. Because I sort of feel like any new members that join us on a Monday, it makes sense to be like, oh, come and join us tomorrow. We're doing a members stream, you know? But instead it's like, come and join us tomorrow. We're doing a tag team game, but you can't quite join because, like, and you need to get a partner. And do you know what I mean? That's weird, isn't it? It doesn't make sense. It makes way more sense to be like, come and join us tomorrow. We're doing the members stream. And then we can talk to people about the faction game. And then if they want to play, they've still got time to find a partner and everything. I think the order's wrong. I think we need to do a member stream on Tuesday, tag team game on Wednesday, and the faction game on Thursday. That makes more sense in my mind. At the moment, I think we're doing it backwards. Here's Zoe. Zoe making her way down, but we're not changing anything yet. But welcome to the new members. There are streams that you now have access to, and you can thank King Yeti for that. Funko Pop Daze said, Mommy is always on top. I wish I was underneath. We all do. We all do, Funko Pop Daze. Oh, there's the drone. Oh. Oh, new hand gesture for Zoe Stark. How do you do it? It was like that. Is that it? Is that right? Is it that? Do it again, you boomer. I need to have a look at it again. Is that going to catch on? I don't know. I can't do it at the moment. Well, it's an idea, isn't it? You know? She's had an idea and she's gone with it, and I don't hate that. I'm not sure I can see it being the next Yeet, but... Okay, we're just on this drone. The quality, the camera quality is very impressive, isn't it? Okay, here's Kairi. Kairi is making her way down. The return of Kairi Sane. She's back. And she's got a bit of a pirate theme again. She hasn't got the wheel, though. Do you remember when she used to come out with the wheel? I think we're done with damage control. What's she got? Coins. Oh, she's throwing coins out. Are they chocolate coins? I wonder if they're chocolate. They better be chocolate. So she's kind of gone back to this pirate theme. She used to come out with like the wheel, the ship's wheel, and spin that round. There's no sign of that. But she does have the... Is that like a binocular? Yeah, I think we're done with her being in damage control. I'm sure there'll be a little backstage moment with her and EO where they kind of wish each other the best for the future. But yeah, I'm thinking that this is the vibe we're going with now for Kairi. I wish her all the best. She's been out with injury for a long time. It's great to have her back. JP said she always does it. She just never used to get an entrance. Well, that's a good point, actually, because last time we saw her was like damage control, but also she was doing a lot of stuff with Asuka as Kabuki Warriors. So legit, I couldn't tell you what her solo entrance looked like. It'll be interesting to see if she is done. I don't remember her ever throwing out coins before, but it'll be interesting to see if she is done with damage control. I'm thinking she probably is. Joe, shout out to you, my friends. Joe said, here's my support. I've just got nothing else to add you, Boomer. Joe, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone that's joining us as we are well on the road to... in fact, this is a go-home, isn't it? Technically. It's a go-home for Saturday night's main event. And we've actually got an advert for that on in the corner as Rhea goes against the ropes over the other side. Nice jump over there by Rhea. Drop kick. Zoe goes down. Rhea trying to get back up to her feet. So, yeah, Joe, really appreciate it, my friends. I hope you are enjoying Raw. I think it's been okay. I don't think it's been the best episode, but I think it's been acceptable. I think it makes a big difference when you've got some matches that matter. These qualifying matches, they matter. Kip up. Oh, she tried to kip up. I don't think she quite got all of it. Kairi there. Oh, kick coming in there by... Oh, no. Oh, no. Zoe grabs her leg. Zoe grabs her knee. We might have a bit of an issue here. I think she's in a lot of pain. Look, referee is right there. We got a medic coming in. She's grabbing her leg. Rhea is in the corner. There's a pause to the match. Yeah, the camera is cut into anything else. The camera doesn't want you to actually look at this. I don't get the feeling that this is fake. This normally when you've got an injury angle, we actually... was we at commercial break there? Because the screen has gone to black. Yeah, we might have just come back from commercial break. So the camera is kind of showing us a wide shot. Zoe is being helped out of the ring. I wonder if the plan is that this will turn to a singles match. Obviously, the biggest concern is Zoe. Seems like she's done something to her knee. There was a drop kick there. Referee coming over, just passing on some instructions. I think there's a good chance this is going to continue and it's going to be a singles contest. Kyrie over the one side and Rio over the other. Look there, look, she's oh mate, she was in tears and everything. She couldn't put weight on that thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you need much of an update. She's really done a serious injury there. She's been taken out of this match, and right now we've got this down to a singles match. It's going to be a while since we get an update on that, isn't it? I don't think we're going to get any kind of update on that anytime soon. But it looked really bad. And if that is... if that's not like a serious knee injury, like an ACL tear and all that, I'll be absolutely stunned. She couldn't even put weight on her leg there. She did like a bit of a drop kick. It was some sort of... only caught the back end of it. It looked like she did like a bit of a drop kick. And I don't know if it was the way that she landed on her knee or what actually jarred it. There's obviously been no replay. That's heartbreaking, isn't it? That is heartbreaking. And her heart was broken. Chop coming in there by Rhea. Her knee buckled backwards. I'm sure there's clips doing the rounds on social media. I wonder if we can find... Very horrible. Oh, here's a 5-second clip. Let's have a little pause of that. Let's go over here. I mean, that, you don't really see it, honestly. I can't. Oh, mates. Mates. Look at her knee. Look at her knee. Look at this thing here. Oh, Jesus. That's come off a missile drop kick, hasn't it? That's come off a missile drop. Mate, her flipping legs over there. Her flipping legs over there. What's this? That's the flip. Her leg is, I can see her foot here. What has she tried to do? So you don't... I mean, whatever she's tried to do, she's landed... Oh, mate, you have flipping messed that right up. That's flipping horrific. I don't see how she. I don't see how she makes it back. Honestly, after anytime soon after that. Rhea looking for Riptide. We are still underway with this match. Back elbow. Drop kick there. Going over. Oh, mate, that is so bad. That is so bad. Kyrie is back in the corner, charging over. I don't even care about this match, honestly. When you get moments like that, it's just like it's just hard to care, isn't it? And I just find it hard to care. Kyrie is up. She drives an elbow. Rhea gets her feet up. That is horrifying, says Porky Pig. I feel bad for her, said Cringe Wolf. I mean, if she's got like a broken... I don't know that she broke her leg, because I think it's all at the knee joint, honestly. God only know. I mean, she's probably ripped everything in that knee. There's probably nothing left. Oh. Forearm shot coming in there by Rhea. I just got home in time to see Zoe get injured, said Nico. It's bad, mate. It's bad. It's a really bad. It's one of the worst we've seen in quite a while, honestly. Trying to think, the JD one was bad. Kairi Sane trying to fight back. Kairi trying to get back up to her feet. Oh, boy! 1, 2. Rhea gets it. Rhea gets it with the riptides. Rhea gets it with the riptides. Oh, do you know, I think that video we just looked at is probably worth showing how... Oh, yeah, there's a good shot there, actually. It might be worth waiting, but I don't know when we're going to get the... I don't know when we're going to get the update, honestly. Yeah. Hopefully we get an update. Hopefully we get a... But she's probably going to need scans and all of that, isn't she? She'll probably be on social media later, but I can't really provide much more of an update, to be honest, apart from just showing that image. I mean, that's the image. That's the image that's been screenshot that's doing the rounds. Oof. Right, they're just talking about next week. So a win for Rhea. JPville, shout out to you. King Yeti with 50. Oh my God, Buds. Bud, you don't have to do this. That's 70 flipping memberships that King Yeti has donated. Dude. King Yeti, I mean, you're already in the Hall of Fame. I don't know, what else can we do? I mean, we're getting pretty close to having to build a statue of you. I don't know, I don't know what else we can do. Single-handedly doing more for the community than I do. It's insane. That's insane. King Yeti, it's so appreciated. It's just so appreciated. Put him on the Mount Rushmore. Zoe paying tribute to Sid Vicious. Oh, it is bad. It is bad. It is like that sort of thing, isn't it? As I said, I don't think it's a broke leg, but it's make him a 2-time Hall of Famer. It'll be history. or hand build a statue. Well, I can't put people in the Hall of Fame. I wouldn't want to change that, because then I'll have people begging for me to put them in the Hall of Fame. So I think it's best that stays out of my control. But I don't know, it's crazy. Honestly, the amount that's... but not just King Yeti. I mean, there's loads of people that show support to the channel. It's so appreciated. I mean, it keeps us on the road. It keeps us being able to do what we can do. So, you know, that's... If we didn't have such support, I don't know that we'd be able to stick around. Because I assure you, ad revenue is not all it's cracked up to be. This is why you have so many sponsors and videos and stuff. This is why you've got so many adverts for Blue Chew. So I mean, it makes just the biggest difference. So appreciated. Nine Dark Holiday said Rhea had the worst time with that little Japanese woman. She struggled a bit there, didn't she? But Rhea did get the job done. And actually, you've reminded me. I'm thinking about King Yeti. I'm thinking about Zoe Stark, but I need to think about doing a poll. That's what I need to think about. Match scores. New Day have come out. King Yeti, send me your... I don't know if you want to, but if you send me your address, I'll have a think about if there's anything nice I can send your way as a thank you from me. I feel like that's the very least I can do, really. So if you want to email me over your address, I'll have a little think about that. You might get a very exclusive Wrestling Daze kiss card. How about that? Dear King Yeti, thank you for all the support. Lots of love, Wrestling Daze. That is one of one, let me tell you. That is one of one. I might cut up a bit of my pants and put that into a card for you. Cut up a little bit of my pants, put that into a card, and send that over. Listen, what else can I do? I can send you a piece of my pants, and I can send you a Wrestling Daze kiss card. That is pretty good deal, isn't it? And neither of those things have ever existed before, so I mean, we are talking exclusive. Very good. Don't get your hopes up, by the way. I'm not saying that is what I'm going to do. I haven't even thought about it. Okay, we are at commercial break there. Send him some bathwater, said JPville. Yes. Would you like... I could do a bikini photo shoot. I could do an OnlyFans shoot. But rather than it going on OnlyFans, I'll just send everything to King Yeti as a thank you. And I mean, like, do you know what I mean? Totally naked. I ain't messing around. If you're doing if you're going to go on OnlyFans and not be, like, totally naked, you're wasting everyone's time. Ain't got no time for that. You're a scam artist. That's what you are. Teasing. Wearing clothes. It makes it sound like I've had a bad experience. Doesn't it? It sounds like I signed up to someone's OnlyFans and then felt cheated. I mean, that might have happened. I don't want to say. But if I do it, it's all out there. What's this? Here we go. Roxanne. Let's go. Here. We've been chatting. Yeah. Okay, so we're introducing her. Okay. We should talk to Liv. That's a good point, actually. Raquel and Liv don't have anyone to watch their backs. Oh. She's not a member. I admire what you've done. Oh, she's got presents. Okay. What are they? What is it? Ah. Nuggies. Apples. It's got to be apples. Bag of apples. Apples. Makes sense. No present for JD. No present. She should have got Raquel a present. Maybe a better attitude. Right, well, Finn loves it. Finn loves it. So she's not a proper member, but she is part of the group. Gonna help the group. Their official nuggie provider. She is their official nuggie provider. JP said, I meant that Zoe usually doesn't get an entrance and now she's injured. Yeah, well, I don't think she'll be getting an entrance anytime soon, to be honest, but I don't think she's going to get an entrance anytime soon. Yeah, we're doing a Tampa takeover. Tampa takeover. Give King Yeti the Warrior Awards. We don't have one, but I don't know. I just don't know. World tag titles are being defended in a triple threat match. Yeet, here's Jay. Okay. JP said you've got to give him the channel now. We are getting to that point, actually, where I think pretty soon this will be King Yeti. Wrestling King Yeti. King Yeti said, I want your soul. Guys, if I sell out, then you know why. If I sell out, then I think it would be understood. If I end up giving my soul to King Yeti, I don't think anyone should be surprised. I think you should all be like, yeah, that actually checks out. That was actually on the cards, in all fairness. Here we go. Yeeting away. Brando said, interesting. And JP said, we should have got JD a bobblehead. Should have got him a bobblehead. He's already got one. His own. Jey Uso making his way down to the ring through the crowds. Main event coming up. Jey versus Bron Breakker. The genuine happiness in these kids' eyes is the best thing. You and me watch wrestling for very different reasons. I like it when they cry. I like it when the wrestlers pick on them and bully them. That's the best bit. That's the only reason I watch wrestling. I have to put up with all these moves and promos and things like that to get to the real good stuff, which is children crying. And then you're sat there like, oh, I love the magic of the kids smile. Oh my God. Why don't you go work at Disneyland, you boomer? Hey, if you like kids smiling, why don't you become a clown? This is wrestling, mate. A minor. Daze, is this going to lead to Finn and Roxanne versus Liv and Dom? It does feel that way, Macarice. It does feel that way. Here we go. Look, lots of yeeting. Think about the kids, said Net. I am thinking about them. I'm thinking about when they cry. That's what I'm thinking about. Bailey has tweeted out Zoe and a heart emoji. Yeah, I mean, she's going to know about that, isn't she? Bailey's going to know. Wishing Zoe all the very best. Meus. I don't know that we're going to get an update for a while. I mean, she's probably going to need scans and... It's just Meus. Not kayfabe at all. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think anyone thought it was. At the start, they might have. We've seen people play possum before. I'm surprised not more people have put messages out. Bailey did. Here's Bron. They're surely going to make Bron look really good here. Bron Breakker. The unpredictable badass. Coming out with Heyman, no sign of Seth. Let's go, Bron. I'd imagine she'll be booked in for scans tomorrow. It's a very serious knee injury, said by the Bonfire. Yeah. She's had a bad knee injury before as well. I mean, she is... God, it's so hard, isn't it? Because you are going to have known of others that have been through it. You may have been through it. It's not an easy process, is it? I mean, there's rehabilitation and it messes up your life. Do you know what I mean? You have an injury of that magnitude and it's like you're on crutches and I mean, it's not just that, oh, you're out of wrestling. It's not just that, oh, you know, you'll be back in a year, don't worry about it. It's so much bigger than that. And if you've been through it before and you know how hard it was. I mean, do you know, Bailey said she was never the same after her injury. My brain broke and I was wondering what we were watching. It is a good puff puff, said Carla. No Kross again, said Cobra. I'm baffled to what they're thinking. Make me understand. Well, the only thing I can tell you is that we've got Saturday night's main event this weekend. And the qualifying matches for Money in the Bank for the guys start next week. I think if he doesn't make it into one of those qualifying matches, then that's, I mean, I'm going to struggle then. If the men's qualifying matches were this week, I would think he would stand a chance. I don't know that he even qualifies, honestly, but I expect him to be in one of those matches. So it could be that you do see him actually wrestling next week. That could be the plan. Against the ropes. Jey through the ropes. Suicide dive. Suicide dive. Suicide dive. Right, we've gone to commercial break. And even after you get cleared, you've still got to think about it in the back of your mind. It's very true. Yeah, very true. I mean, it can change your wrestling style. It can, obviously, there's a weakness there as well. I mean, I think if you've done one injury to it, you're always more vulnerable to, you know, follow-on injuries. The other thing as well is we've just seen Cora Jade, Dakota Kai get released because of them being like, and Tegan Knox, with them being like injury prone, if you will. Do you know, honestly, when we talk high risk, and there's risk in everything you do in wrestling, but ACL injuries, I would love to see a graph as to how many there were in wrestling in 92, 95, 98, 2001, 2005, 2008, 2011. Do it like every 3-4 years. Show me. Because I think, and I'm sure many would agree, that it will be like that. I feel like it's gone through the roof in recent years. Past 5 years, I feel like ACL injuries and I think it's to do with the wrestling style. There's a lot more kind of high-risk aerial type moonsault, suicide dives. I mean, I don't even know what that thing was. I don't know if she came off the springboard. The camera was, you don't quite, well, you do see it, but you don't quite see the setup of it. So I don't know where she kind of came from, but we are seeing like a lot of those kinds of injuries now. And I think it's got to be to do with the style of wrestling. 9.Holiday said, I got my schlong out of the peanut butter now. What did I miss? Well, I'm pleased you've got it freed, but it's not good to keep it submerged. JPville said they should get Dom to end up with Roxanne. Yes. You're right. We should have Dom end up with Roxanne. I want him to work his way through the whole female locker room. Yes. Death, taxes, and Dom getting with your girl. Those are the 3 certainties in life. Dude got with Rhea. He got with Liv. Hey, if he starts making moves with Roxanne now, I hadn't thought about that, but I would not be down on that. Right now, we've got Jay down. Natalia said, I love you, Zoe. You're in my prayers. Thunder Rosa has commented as well. Wrestling is a beautiful and dangerous sport. We give our all every time we step in the ring. We risk a lot when we do what we love. Zoe, I love you, sister. Recover soon. That from Thunder Rosa. Very classy. Very classy. Very classy. When it comes to injuries, there is no tribalism, is there? I mean, that's the one thing that really unites wrestlers is if someone's injured in the sport, it becomes a bit of a brotherhood, sisterhood then, you know. It's like we'll try and beat you on ticket sales, we'll cut some promos, we'll have a bit of back and forth, but if someone's injured, there's sort of an unwritten rule there, isn't there, where it's just nothing but love and respect gets shown. There's some more wrestling names. The Fabulous Boomer, Pervin Shyster, PNS, Daisy the Boomer, Stamboli, and Daze Taylor. I don't mind Daze Taylor. Nice and simple. I quite like Daisy Boy Smith as well. Dom cheating on Liv, only for Roxy to dump his ass, will be poetic. Perez is just a Liv Dom distraction so that Balor can sneak in and take the title, says Brandon. Well, when we do our opinion videos, I mean, feel free to share your thoughts. You don't always have to just leave thoughts on like Raw. If there's some in Raw you want to talk about, that's fine as well. So if people want to leave a comment specifically on Zoe or specifically on Liv Dom, that's all fine. It doesn't have to be this match guy I give 7 out of 10, that match give blah blah. You can do that. Majority is that. But no, I mean the feedback is open to anything Raw related. Oh, I didn't like that belly to belly. Did not like that at all. Didn't seem to get Jey totally over with that belly to belly. Referee was right in to check there on Jey. Ugh. Bit quiet at the moment. Bron Breakker, though, in the main event is a bum. No joy. Ah, big right hand there by Jey. Crowd yeeting away. Oh, whoa, whoa. Boom. Big shot. Bron Breakker down. Brando said it's weird seeing Paul Heyman without Roman anymore. Oh, collides into the corner. Another big boot. Funko Pop Day said, Buds, you look just like me, and I love that for us. I love that for us as well. 1, 2. If we went in the club, we would clean up, mate. Clean up. And I mean that literally, because we're not going to get girls, so we might as well be cleaners. You're right, you need another drink? Everything okay? Yeah, pop that in the kitchen, would you? Has anyone got a mop? Anyone got a mop? There we go, thanks. You having a good time, are you, mate? That would be us, that would. Cleaning up, mate. Cleaning up. Right, here we go. Jey on his feet. Going for a kick. Oh, lovely kick there by Jey. Bron goes to the outsides. Jey in the middle of the ring. WWE usually protects top stars from certain moves, said Sim Slam. Into the commentary table. Some of these bits just look a little off. I don't know what it is about it. Okay, here we go. Bron Breakker. Edge of the ring. Okay. I think he does himself more damage there, honestly. So he jumps. He delivers a bit of a clothesline, which knocks Jey back a little bit. But doesn't he, like, collide his knees into the table, doesn't it? Isn't the sound of the impact him? He's down and he's like, this doesn't strike me as a good idea. Bron Breakker is down. Jey trying to get back up to his feet. The move will get over because WWE will get it over, but is it really the right thing to do? He just spoke to someone in the crowd saying that he was a badass. Meaner than evil. Here we go, in the corner. He's going to throw in shoulder barge. Yeah, I'd rethink that spot. I think he can do something. There does need to be a moment where he stands on the edge of the ring and like, here we go. I don't know what he then did is the right thing. Breakker climbing up. He's looking for a... What's he going for? What the hell would you do there? You couldn't do anything in that position. You can't suplex in that position. I think he was going for a superplex, and I think Jey went down to the middle rope, and I think that meant he couldn't do anything. If you're going to do a superplex, you need the person on the top. He can't be standing on the middle rope because you can't get him up. But then equally, you can't quite Spanish fly from there either. Maybe I'm in a weird mindset, but I'm just finding a lot of this match to be like, what? I don't know what you was trying to do in the corner. I don't know what you was trying to do out there. It's been a couple of moments where you've tried to do a move and you haven't quite grabbed him, and it's just not right. The chemistry's not there. But it doesn't matter. We were at commercial break anyway, so most of you didn't even see it. It's been brilliant. It's been really good so far. Here we go. Big finale. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me with your rhythm stick. Slap there by Jey. Picks him up, looking for a powerbomb. No, Jey on his feet, throws in a right hand. We could have a good finishing sequence here. Another big shot coming in. Oh, big shot coming back. Jey, boom. Yeets. 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 Oh. Ah. Big knee. Big knee by Bron Breakker. That last match got good 89, but... Oh, that was quite nice. He kind of took it on the side. When he drops him down, he didn't take it on the back. He kind of took it on. Other than that, though, it was good. Look at the heights. Good height. Cat grabs him. Apart from him landing on the side when I think he'd rather land on his back. Goods. Look at that. Look at Heyman. Heyman selling that moment. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. It's the same knee Zoe did have surgically repaired the first time, said James. Is it? Well, she knows, doesn't she? I mean, I think she knows it's going to be surgery again. I think everyone knows she's... There ain't no way she's sending a message out going, guys, thanks for your concern. Everything's okay. Just a bump. Clearly ain't going to be that, is it? Headbutt. Oh. Going for the pin. 2. Jey kicks out. Tell you what, they're giving Jey a real test here. Joe said, go to the club with King Yeti. Instead of popping bottles, he will toss out Daze membership. Imagine going to a strip club with King Yeti. Rather than him putting bills down, it'll just be Wrestling Daze membership codes, wouldn't it? Here you go, darling. There you go. Treat yourself. Treat yourself, yeah? Imagine the disappointment. Bah! And honestly, that's the last thing you want to find in your vagina. Oh, kick out there by Bron Breakker. I mean, I don't know exactly where you shove the notes. They normally go in the little panty line. I don't think they actually go, like, in... But, do you know what I mean? You don't know where they're going to end up. That's the point I'm making. And it can be dark in those places. You don't know where you're putting stuff to. You might find them under boobs and everywhere. And listen, it's going to be a lot better to find a $1 bill or a $5 bill or a $10 bill than it is to find a Wrestling Daze YouTube membership. Okay, Paul Heyman on the edge of the ring. I'm glad we got that sorted. Bron Breakker on the outside, grabbing a chair. Grabbing a chair. Oh, super kick there by Jey. Chair gets kicked to the sides. And Brando, shout out to you. Message has been retracted. We'll never know what that said. Jey going back against... Oh, Heyman grabs the legs. You dirty, dirty, dirty man. You dirty man. That's how you're going to do Jey Uso, is it? You were both in the bloodline together, and that's how you're going to do him. Jacket's coming off. That's right. Go on, Paul. Go on. Oh, yes. Oh, Heyman had the jukes up. He was ready. It was Queensbury rules. But Seth Rollins from behind. And Seth getting in the ring. So it's going to be a DQ win for Jey. But, mate, we were so close to Heyman throwing hands. Here's Bron Breakker. So our main event has ended with DQ. Surely someone's going to come and save the day. CM Punk, maybe? No, Sami Zayn. Of course, makes sense. Sami was there. Sami making his way down. I mean, not that quickly, but... Come on, Sami. Quicker. Get down there. Sami. There's a few people wondering if Sami is going to be revealed to be the third guy in this group. He is all in black. CM Punk chants. Oh, it is Punk! Wow! They wanted him. I mean, it does make sense that he's there, but there'd been no sign of him on Raw. CM Punk. There we go. Punk. Sammy. Yeah, that is what some people are wondering. Will Sammy actually turn on Punk at Saturday night's main event? Good crowds. Listen to this crowd. Great crowds. Let's go. We'll be doing the watch along for this. Should be a fun match. Let's go. Oh. That is Saturday, in case you wondered. If you weren't sure when Saturday night's main event is, Saturday. Bron with a knee to the side of the body. Brando said Seth is jacked. Seth jumping into the crowd, brawling away there with Sammy. Sammy and Heyman have got history. It makes sense if Sammy turns, said Rare Breeds. We've got the little thing in the bottom corner. Right, we need to get a poll up. I need to run away as well, but... they're fighting in the crowds. Oh, be careful of Logan. Boom. Big right hands. Logan knocks out Jey. Where's the blood come from? Why is his mouth bleeding? What happened to him? Does his mouth bleed when he gets all excited? That was a pretty strong closing angle for a go-home show. Yeah, I don't think there can be many complaints about Raw. I think it was fine. Good, considering it's a go-home for Saturday night's main event. Is Saturday night's main event really on Saturday, said Porky Pig. I will double-check it. I don't want to give fake information. I will double-check that, but... at the moment, my understanding last time I looked was yes. It is Saturday night's main event on Saturday. Logan is so annoying, says Cam. Logan is a vampire, said Thomas. Logan just derailed it. Nico said, Daze, here's my daily support and love. Nico, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate everyone's support. Stay safe out there, said Jadam. Wrestle Rant said, I have when they end shows, or I hate when they end shows during a fight or a promo. It's annoying. Red Breed said Peacock. I don't know. It's TV, isn't it? Isn't it on USA in America? Which might also be Peacock. I'm not sure. I think internationally it should be YouTube, but there's been a few issues with that. Seth, Roman match of all time is them both as faces. They need heels, or either of them faces or heels, said Todd. I don't know what you mean, Todd. I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, we should get another Seth Roman match, obviously. I wouldn't be shocked to find out that's the plan for, say, SummerSlam. So Roman will be the face there and Seth will be the heel, and yeah, it'll be good. Raw was fun till the Zoe injury, and then that took me out of it a bit. Yeah, I think that's fair. Honestly, I think that's fair. I think that the main event does suffer with that. Crowd were excellent, though, tonight. Got to give them their flowers. NBC and Peacock in the States, says Plum Girl. Saturday night's main event will be on the second Saturday next week, says Jim. Sammy turns heel somehow on Saturday, said Felix. So Felix is thinking that as well. There's quite a few people that have got that. We didn't get Kross because of Tyrese Halliburton. That guy with the suit and the type in the truck needs to go F himself, said Wrestle Knight. Well, to be honest with you, I wonder if they have got plans for him to be in the Money in the Bank qualifying. And if they do, then we may see him wrestle next week. And so it might just be that this week we didn't do the guys. We're doing those next week. So it could be that. I mean, honestly, if next week is not in a qualifying match, then I will feel different. Leanne, shout out to you, Leanne. Gifting a Wrestling Daze. Oh, and another one. Look at Cheeky. Oh my God, don't give King Yeti ideas. Jeez, could you imagine if King Yeti was to do it this way? King Yeti has put in 70 gifted memberships, but did it in a set of 50 and then a set of 20. Can you imagine if he did it in ones? Oh my God. I'd have to thank King Yeti 70 separate times. Oh my God. I hope he's gone. Don't you dare get any ideas. Leanne, what are you doing? Putting all these bad ideas out there. That would be funny though, said Cameron. It wouldn't be funny for my voice, I tell you. I'm contractually obliged to say thank you whenever people donate or put in like memberships like that, so I couldn't ignore them. This is the thing with booking, is that every week Hunter has to be there every time, but with WrestleMania 1 year away, it should give him time to plan. So maybe some rest for him and a refresh. Yeah, maybe. I think it's good for people to take a break. And that is the same with Triple H as well. So the only thing is, who steps in if he steps away? Who is his deputy? Who is the person that can run the ship for a week if needed? I think there should be someone. And I think that someone should be potentially Triple H's replacement when he walks away. You know, like how Triple H could have been that stepping guy for Vince. It's just Vince never stepped away. But, you know, Triple H could have stepped in and done that. I mean, would it be Shawn? You know, you could have Shawn book it for a week. It'd be fantastic. Because you could make a thing out of it. Like, right, guys, Triple H isn't around. I'm running the ship this week. And you could make like a big deal out of it. That could be kind of fun for a week. Could give Triple H a week off, 2 weeks off. No problems. Obviously, you do it at the right time of year. You do it at a time that's less busy. So WrestleMania season's out the window. But to be honest, I don't know that he would miss any shows. If he's going to go away, he might go away in the week for a few days rather than have a 2-week break, you know. But I hope he does, honestly. I think it'd be good for him. I think it'd be good for the products. I think, you know, it's good to get that break, isn't it? Phoenix said with Logan wanting to be full-time but not wrestle weekly, I could see them giving him Money in the Bank since Bron is with Seth. Don't you flip in there. Don't you flip in there. King Yeti with a single Wrestling Daze membership that Mysterio Beck benefited from. So Mysterio Beck, you know who to thank now. In fact, a lot of you know who to thank. 70 of you have benefited from King Yeti tonight. What happens if we can't find Saturday night's main event on WWE channel? We cry. That's what we do. Because I will also be in that boat. James said, Kross just like my tweet, and it was full of F-bombs. Oh, really? I'm not surprised. I'm not sure you've ever sent a tweet that doesn't have F-bombs. That would be more surprising. If you came on and said, I've just sent a tweet and I didn't swear once, I'd be on the floor, honestly. That would shock me more than the fact that Carrion had liked it. Leanne said, when I'm better off, I'm going to give 5 memberships next time. Well, look, there is no need for people to do that. There is no request for people to do that. It's just we have Just generous people, you know, generosity, kindness. It's so appreciated. But it's not something that we ask for or anything. But Kross just like my tweet about him not being on the show. And if he's not going to be in a qualifying match next week, there's something wrong. Do you reckon he's actually upset? I don't know, honestly, because I don't know what's been discussed. Again, if you want to give them more credit than they maybe deserve, then you could say that Triple H may have sat down with Carrion and he may have said, right, I don't have anything for you till Money in the Bank. So there's going to be a period of a few weeks after WrestleMania where I don't have anything for you. It might be wise for you to just play up this is BS, they haven't got anything for me type stuff. If you can do something with that over the next few weeks, and then when we get to Money in the Bank, hopefully, you know, people will be desperate to see you. You'll finally get your opportunity, and we can pull the trigger and, you know, have you qualify, get you in Money in the Bank, get a bit of momentum going. If you want to give them credit, if you want to say that they're playing 4D chess and we're playing checkers, there is an outside chance that that was the plan. Outside. Very outside. Like, it's probably not happening outside, but if, you know, if we're gonna play devil's advocate. So yeah, we've, you know, you could say that it could be part of a strategy. Even if that conversation's not happened, he may have said to him recently, we'll put you in a qualifier. So there's nothing for you at the moment because I'm not going to put you in a feud, because I'm going to put you in a Money in the Bank qualifier. So actually, Carrion might be sat at home thinking, it's all right, I'm on the show next week. So he might not be sat at home glum, sad, moody, because he might know he's on the show next week in a qualifier. And we don't know that yet. So I cannot tell you his mindset. Equally, he might not be in a qualifier. There might not be any plans for him, and he might be absolutely ripping his hair out. That could also be true, just as equally true. So, unfortunately, without knowing what the next few weeks have got in store or what conversations have been had, the only thing you can do is look at the fact that he has not been released. The only thing you can do is look at the fact that we all see potential and we all see his promos. If we see them, I promise you, WWE sees them. And I think that the fact he's not been released, the fact that he's got a bit of a connection online with fans, the fact he's big, credible, good promo, great presentation, looks great with Scarlett. The fact that you can't point, I can't sit here and point to a single thing that I would say he needs to do different right now. If Carrion came to you and said, give me one piece of advice, what should I do right now? I would struggle. The only thing I would say is just keep doing more of what you've been doing. I would just say, make yourself undeniable. Like, you've got to make it so that your name is being chanted when you're not on the show. And until you get to that level, you can't tell me you've done everything you can do. You have got to get the message out that you are not getting opportunity, that you are being overlooked. And you've got to be louder with that message, because you're reaching people. But I don't hear your name being chanted on the show. I don't hear people demanding that you be on that show. And, you know, where I need to see more signs. I see the odd Carrion support sign, but show me more. Get more. I can't tell him anything that he's not doing. I can only tell him to do more of what he's doing and to be louder and make a bit more noise and, you know, try and get the fans to show even more support. But I can't, there's literally nothing else that I could tell him. I can't say work on your promos, work on your matches, work on your presentation. I mean, it's so frustrating. But WWE will see that. They will know this. He did not get released. There must be some sort of plan, something. So I think just hold on to that, honestly. If I'm Carrion, I would be holding on to that. But, stuff like if people are tagging him, you lot say you're sending him messages saying this is an effing disgrace, he's not on the show. Brilliant. He needs that. You're right to do that. It's good that you're doing that. And if he is liking those, retweeting those, brilliant. That's what he needs to do. That is exactly what should be happening. That should be happening. That is exactly what because the message will get out. People will see these. The fans being frustrated. That's what the fans need to be. That will help Carrion. So, I think just more of that is all he can do. Encourage that. That's all he can do. The fact that we've gone through a show and people have noticed that Carrion's not there is an excellent sign for Carrion. Excellent. Because there ain't no one getting through that show and flipping, noticing, I don't know, Apollo Crews ain't on, although I think he's injured. I don't even know who's not being used at the moment, actually. I don't know who's sat in catering right now. But I know it ain't Zoe Stark. But, it's good that we've finished an episode there and people have noticed he's not been around. He's on TV, but it's a show that no one watches. He's had matches on Main Event on Peacock, not the Saturday night, not Saturday's Main Event. I don't know why they'll have two shows named Main Events. Well, they've got Main Event and they've got Saturday night's Main Event. I do agree, Main Event is a bit of a stupid name for that show when, I don't know what you could call it. Probably does need a name change. Used to be Superstars was something similar like that, wasn't it? I am at 43 pages in my third book, going to try and get to 70 or 80 pages. Sonny, good luck, my friends. King Yeti said justice for Kross. Even though I'm not a Kross fan, but people like him, so put him on. Well, I think that's very fair. I think that's great that you've said I'm not a fan, but people like him, so let's do something with him. It's hard to be a fan of someone you never see, isn't it? How can you be a fan of someone that just never flipping gets onto TV? So I think that's very fair comment that you've made. But Kross might have to go and do a Cody. Go from undesirable to undeniable. Yeah, maybe leaving, doing, making your name elsewhere, becoming a bigger star and coming back. But you would like to think you wouldn't have to do that. You'd like to think that if WWE had got their flipping ducks in a row, that they could have built Cody themselves, that they could have got Cody to where he is now. They brag about being this big machine and how they make stars. It's a bit of a disgrace that Cody and Drew had to leave to come back because you weren't able to build them. Don't you think that's a real bad reflection on WWE? And if the same is true of Carrion, then, what's going on? You talk about this amazing performance center and you talk about all this amazing stuff that you do in building stars. And then you've just got in Carrion what feels like an open goal. You know what I mean? It just seems like an absolute no-brainer. And you're fumbling it. Just fumbling it. I don't know. I really do understand people's frustrations. But let's see if he's on the show next week. But don't let that stop you, by the way, in sending your tweets, because he needs that. It wouldn't be very productive for us to sit here and say, oh, he's fine, he'll be on next week, and then we don't do anything, and then he isn't, So don't take my word for it that he's on next week. I'm just saying he could be. He could be in one of those qualifiers. But even so, he might be, and then he loses, and that's it. So, no, send your tweets, send your messages, let him like them, let him retweet them. That will help. That will help him. So... right. Rascal, shout out to you, my friends. Leanne said, the question is, who gave Logan that bleeding tooth backstage? Mate, I bet there's a queue. The question is, who didn't? Right, I'm going to go. Lots of videos to do, as you know, and scenes and everything. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. Appreciate everyone being around. We will be, I'll get those videos done. We'll be back again tomorrow with NXT. Of course, we're back this weekend with Saturday night's main event as well. So it is a wrestling weekend and NXT this weekend as well. So busy weekend. So lots and lots and lots coming up. Lots of wrestling. So if you are around, come and share your thoughts. And just really appreciate it as always. So appreciative of people joining us, and hope you had fun. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.